Chapter 45:28. Let's see how arrogant he can still be. This time, no one can save him. Lei Yuzhou rubbed his chin and said expectantly. Looking at the other teachers, they also thought so. However, Teacher Xiu frowned and said, "That's not right. If the villa master really wanted to teach that kid a lesson, why did he have to be in such a sorry state? He even asked the two elders to help him." This undoubtedly made Lei Yuzhou and the others a little confused. In their opinion, Linling was just a junior in a martial progenitor realm. For the gods to attack him, it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Maybe the villa master wants to make an example out of him. Lei Yuzhou said uncertainly. Who cares? Anyway, the villa master is angry. That kid is dead for sure. The others did not think so much and once again showed a mocking smile. However, was Linling going to die for sure? The answer was obviously no. At this moment, Linling looked at the two elders who were charging at him and slashed out fiercely. The blood sea roared. Bang! Bang! Then two headless bodies fell to the ground, and the washing dust villa fell silent, killing two gods with a single slash of the sword. Lei Yuzhou and Teacher Xiu's faces twitched a few times, and they could not say anything. All of their hopes were undoubtedly placed on the Villa Lord. Perhaps only the Villa Lord could suppress this tyrannical dragon clan brat. Sima Ruochen died. However, Linling did not even look at the two elders who were killed. He pounced on Sima Ruochen. Split. Sima Ruochen was obviously panicking. He pulled out a big clump of hair and waved it in the wind. Suddenly, countless Sima Ruochen appeared. They were all lifelike, and their strength was at the late stage of the lower deity realm. However, their talent was very ordinary, and their combat strength was weaker than a real late-stage lower deity. Let's see how you fight. The countless clones spoke at the same time, and a fierce aura soared into the sky, attracting the attention of the whole city. You are really something, Linling thought to himself. If the Xianyuan treasure book did not tell him how to kill Sima Ruochen, it would be difficult for him to kill Sima Ruochen in a short period of time. Next, Linling threw the tyrant's song sword away, and then made a complicated gesture with both hands. Ancient runes appeared in Linling's hand, and finally a green destroy character appeared on his palm. Linling. It was as if a divine wind had blown past, and a mysterious power was being emitted. When those clones were illuminated by the light of the word destroy, they immediately twitched. Their faces distorted, and then they turned into ashes and disappeared. Seeing Linling destroying his clones in one move, Sima Ruochen roared, "It's that bitch! It must be that bitch!" This clone technique of his was extremely extraordinary. Besides the Xianyuan clan's grand art of annihilation, others were utterly unable to break through it. So he was very clearly aware that for the sake of killing him, the Xianyuan treasure could be said to have expended a great deal of effort. It's time for you to die. Linling charged at Sima Ruochen and slashed with his sword, but Sima Ruochen miserably dodged it. Even so, his jade crown was cut off and fell to the ground, scattering pearls all over the ground. Looking at his long robe again, it had been corroded by the sea of blood and had become tattered. Manor Lord, everyone stared at this scene and felt that their eyes were playing tricks on them. A disciple of an orthodoxy, the Manor Lord of the Cleansing Mountain Manor, was beaten to such a state. No wonder he said that even the Manor Lord is not qualified. Teacher Xiu and the rest were shocked. At this moment, they finally felt that Linling was qualified to say such words. No wonder Linling was so arrogant in front of them. He was qualified to be arrogant, especially when they thought of how the teachers mocked Linling. They were so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole. "Save me! Save me!" Sima Ruochen's face was filled with panic as he kept shouting at the people on the ground. However, even he was not a match for Linling. So how could the others dare to step forward? In their eyes, this was a battle between gods. How could mortals be qualified to interfere? Whoosh! Linling's speed exploded as he cut off Sima Ruochen's arm. Then, the cold sword fell on Sima Ruochen's neck. Late-stage lower gods were no longer Linling's match, unless they had powerful talents and god steps. Stop. However, this battle had already attracted the attention of many orthodoxies because it had been a long time since such an intense battle in the breakout Holy Land. As soon as the voice fell, a few figures floated in the sky. Looking into the distance, a large number of strong cultivators were rushing over. Orthodoxy, it's the orthodoxy. Looking at those gods, the entire manor was in an uproar. The 10 orthodoxies, the strongest gods of the breakout Holy Land. Usually, they could only hear about them but not see them in person. Today, they could finally see them. Such elegance. Everyone's hearts were beating violently as their eyes were filled with awe and admiration. Of course, the orthodoxies ignored the crowd and looked at Linling instead. One of the old men said coldly, "Let go of my disciple." This person was obviously the master of the orthodoxy above Sima Ruochen. Although his strength was also at the level of a late-stage lower god, it was obvious that he was more than twice as powerful as Sima Ruochen. This difference of one time seemed simple, but in fact, for many gods, it was something that they could never surpass in their lifetime. This was also the reason why Sima Ruochen wanted to become a disciple of an orthodoxy. You said let him go? Linling smiled faintly as he looked at the orthodoxies and said, "You are not from the Dragon Clan. Who are you? Let me give you a piece of advice. Let him go immediately, and we will let you go." Another orthodoxy spoke. This person was a middle-aged man wearing an immortal robe and looked very dignified. "Let me go? What a joke. If I want to leave, no one in the broken Holy Land can stop me." Linling shook his head disdainfully. Then he pulled the sword in his hand, and Sima Ruochen's head was cut off. Sima Ruochen's lower body fell to the ground while his head was caught by Linling. Linling looked at Sima Ruochen, who died with his eyes wide open, and said, "Come out and walk. You will pay for this sooner or later." As soon as he finished speaking, he put the head away. The eyes above Sima Ruochen's head finally closed slowly. He obviously did not expect that after hiding for a lifetime, he would still be found, and the moment he was found was the moment his life ended. However, what made him unwilling to die was the identity of the person who killed him. "You killed him." Seeing Linling cut off Sima Ruochen's head so cleanly, all the orthodoxies were shocked. The people below the villa were also scared out of their wits. This was because this young man dared to be so arrogant in front of the master of the orthodoxy. Who the hell was he? Who gave him the courage? Chapter 45:29. Lei Gong Linling. His voice was like a formless wind, drifting to the ground and the sky, causing the entire broken Holy Land to fall silent. Everyone in the broken Holy Land knew this name. In fact, there were only a handful of people in the entire void who did not know this name. This person was not only one of the 4 great gods of the 9 continents void, but he was also the youngest god in the void. Among the gods, his strength was not to be underestimated. He's Lei Gong. Countless people looked at Linling in the sky in shock. Lei Gong, he's Lei Gong. Lei Yuzhou's legs gave way, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Young Master Rong's face was also pale. Back then on the street, he had competed with that young man for the immortal robe. However, that young man was Lei Gong Linling. This meant that even if his grandfather was here, he was not qualified to compete with that young man. "Lei Gong, I didn't expect you to come to my broken Holy Land." In the distance, Xian Wuba finally arrived, blocking Linling's escape route with a ferocious look on his face. "I didn't expect you to be Lei Gong Linling." The surrounding orthodoxies also took a step forward, and their eyes continued to flicker. Many of them were meeting Lei Gong Linling for the first time. Back at the sacred mountain, they had only heard of his name. "I heard that you stole the stone tablet of the will of the world. Is that true?" A white-haired old man squinted his eyes and said. He was the orthodoxy at the Broken Holy Land convention. Obviously, he did not expect that the young man who had messed up the convention was Lei Gong. "Hand over the stone tablet." Another man from the Desolate Prime Orthodoxy said coldly, "If you don't hand over the stone tablet today, you won't be able to leave the Broken Holy Land." The other orthodoxies also spoke one after another. Initially, they did not plan to make a move. However, after knowing that the young man was Lei Gong, they knew that they had no choice but to do so. At the same time, powerful orthodoxies also arrived from afar and surrounded Linling. It could be said that all 10 orthodoxies had gathered. The orthodoxies and Sir Xianwuba are both going to attack Lei Gong. This scene also shocked many people. Lei Gong Linling was able to force so many orthodoxies to attack at the same time. This alone was enough to make Lei Gong Linling awe-inspiring. If I were to say that the steel isn't in my hands and that I didn't obtain anything from it, would you believe me? Facing the encirclement of the orthodoxies, Linling smiled faintly. He knew very well that he was no match for these orthodoxies. After all, there were too many of them. However, if he wanted to escape unscathed, Linling had some confidence. Moreover, now that Linling had gotten Sima Ruochen's approval, he was obviously more open. What do you think? Linling's words clearly could not be trusted by the orthodoxies. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Hearing this, Linling spread his hands. Linling, even if you have a glib tongue, it's useless. Today, you can't leave the breakout Holy Land. If it was said that the orthodoxies might let Linling go for the sake of the 4 great gods, but Xianwuba was definitely not going to let him go. Xianwuba's million-strong army and countless gods were killed by Linling. In addition, Linling had caused him to be severely injured. He must avenge this. Is that so? I think it's not difficult for me to leave the breakout Holy Land. Linling also looked at Xianwuba. Haha, I know that you're strong, but you're still the youngest god. Compared to the rest of us, you're still a little weaker. It's impossible for you to force your way out. As for relying on other means, that's just a dream. Xianwuba laughed. Previously, in the Valley of the Ear Ox Cave, Linling had used the formation to injure him. However, this did not mean that Linling was as strong as he was. Oh right, one of the 10 orthodoxies, the life-borrowing orthodoxy, was also killed by him. Xianwuba suddenly thought of something and said again, "The life-borrowing orthodoxy is dead? I was wondering why he hasn't returned yet after the Ear Ox Cave. How is that possible? Although Lei Gong is strong, the life-borrowing orthodoxy has cultivated for more than 9 million years. How can a newly ascended god be compared to him? Lei Gong, you killed our life-borrowing orthodoxy. How should you be punished?" The orthodoxies were furious. Although the 10 orthodoxies were not on good terms, they had been together for countless years. Moreover, the 10 orthodoxies represented their dignity and dignity. Now that they were killed by Lei Gong Linling, how could they not do anything? If they did that, others would think that the Cataclysm Holy Land was afraid of the void of the 9 continents. Linling was killed with the help of a formation. Xianwuba said again, and the orthodoxies were enlightened. Lei Gong, what else do you have to say? The most dignified old man said coldly, "Originally, we would have spared your life out of respect for the 4 great gods. But now, we can't let you leave the Cataclysm Holy Land. A life for a life, this is a principle that hasn't changed since ancient times." Ha ha ha. Linling laughed and looked at the old man. "A life for a life, huh? That's right. I killed the life-borrowing orthodoxy, but he had to harm me first. So, he must pay with his life for trying to kill me. How dare you quibble?" However, the orthodoxies did not listen to Linling's explanation. However, Linling was already aware of it. He just said it casually and shook his head. "All right, I've completed my mission in the Cataclysm Holy Land. Now I, Lei Gong Linling, want to leave. You can wait and see if I, Lei Gong Linling, can leave." After saying that, he rushed in a certain direction. How domineering. Watching one person go against all the orthodoxies, everyone under the ground trembled. Lei Gong Linling was really heroic. Especially the people from Purging Dust Villa, they were in disbelief. Not long ago, this famous person in the void was right next to them, and even spoke to some of them. To be honest, the fact that they had spoken a few words with the Thunder God was already a great blessing for them. "If you want to escape, you'll have to ask me first." Seeing Lin Ling move, Xian Wuba sneered. In fact, he had been waiting for Lin Ling to escape. Boom! His body exploded with a terrifying amount of divine energy, forming an unparalleled pressure that suppressed the entire Cataclysm Holy Land. In the endless clouds, a huge palm grabbed Lin Ling, as if it wanted to capture Lin Ling alive. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of terrifying divine energy vibrated, causing everyone on the ground to fall to the ground. They witnessed the power of the Cataclysm Holy Land with their own eyes. However, at this moment, a sword came slashing. Rumble! The sea of blood was churning, and above the sea of blood, there was a blue-robed young man with a large sword in his hand. He charged forward in an awe-inspiring manner. Whoosh! Under that sword strike, all the smoke and clouds that were blocking the path ahead were sliced apart. Chapter 45:30. After a painful cry, Xian Wuba's burly figure appeared in the sky. However, he was clenching his fists with a look of disbelief. What? Behind them, the gods of the orthodoxies who had been pursuing Lin Ling were also shocked. One slash to injure Xian Wuba. This result was far beyond their imagination. In their minds, although Lei Gong Lin Ling was strong, he was only a mid-tier god. Xian Wuba, on the other hand, was a god from the age of Pantheon. How could a rising star like Lin Ling hurt him? Xian Wuba returned from the Jier Ox Cave with serious injuries. It's normal for Lei Gong to take advantage of him. Everyone attack. We must capture him, or our Cataclysm Holy Land will lose its dignity. Suddenly, an old man's voice was heard. It was the voice of Maha-Orthodoxy. Among the 10 orthodoxies, this person was the most senior and the strongest. At some point in time, he might even be the leader of the 10 orthodoxies. Maha appear. Then, the old man roared at the sky and turned into a huge giant. However, this giant's fangs were shining. His green hair was dancing wildly, and his entire body was covered with fiery red skin. He didn't look like a human, but more like a demon. The Maha bloodline was the bloodline of a war god from the Age of Pantheon. During the Age of Pantheon, it was famous for its tyrannical strength. Heaven and earth shifting hands, karmic connection. After the orthodoxies went all out, the orthodoxy closest to Lin Ling also attacked. He was from the Desolate Prime Orthodoxy. His talent was not outstanding, but his divine energy was incomparably terrifying. One attack was more than 150,000. After he attacked, countless palms appeared in the sky, blooming like flowers. It was a dazzling sight. These palms were formed from karmic energy and were the most difficult to destroy. Karmic energy was also the most mysterious. Some said that it represented fate, others said that it represented reincarnation. There were many different opinions, but without a doubt, being able to use karmic energy to cultivate was a testament to one's strength. The 10 orthodoxies are indeed strong. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that time was of the essence, and he could not afford to be entangled in this battle. Sky-splitting slash. Without hiding anything else, Lin Ling transformed into Pangu and lightly chopped down with his palm. You're courting death. The other orthodoxies could not help but mock Lin Ling when they saw him using such a weak attack. Although they had already given Lin Ling a very high evaluation, they still didn't think that Lin Ling could go head-to-head with a real orthodoxy. Watch me break your hand and take away your karma. The man from the Desolate Prime Orthodoxy snorted coldly. He controlled the karmic hand that filled the sky and grabbed at Lin Ling. However, at this time, an ancient power bloomed in the sky. Under the countless gazes, Lin Ling was like a god of creation. His robe fluttered in the wind as he gently chopped down with his palm. Rumble. This palm contained the power of 10 million worlds. It was as if it could cut through all eternity. Bang, bang, bang. Everywhere it passed, it was like tofu meeting a knife. The karmic palms that were the most difficult to destroy all melted and turned into nothingness. The Desolate Prime Orthodoxy sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing since he started cultivating. What kind of divine martial art is this? Even Xian Wuba was shocked. This was because although it looked like a simple chop, it seemed to contain the power of the Tao. It could destroy everything. It gave him the illusion that an ancient giant beast was splitting the world apart. Rumble. In fact, Lin Ling's chop was indeed splitting the world apart. When it passed through the sky and landed on the ground, it actually split the holy ground into two. The entire holy ground shook as if the end of the world had arrived. Is this the battle of the gods? Countless people were shocked. Their eyes were filled with admiration and respect. If not for the fact that they were not the core of the battle of the gods, they would have been implicated and killed. Whoosh! After using sky-splitting slash, Lin Ling also rushed into the distance at full speed. When they looked at Xian Wuba and the other orthodoxies, they were all dumbfounded. So strong? One person escaped from the hands of all the orthodoxies. This was just too crazy. After him, we have to catch him no matter what. Otherwise, the holy ground of the holy ground will lose face. However, Ma-orthodoxy was the first to react. He let out a low roar. Lei Gong Lin Ling, one of the four gods of the 9 continents void. If he could enter and leave the holy ground of the 9 continents freely, the holy ground of the 9 continents would be laughed at for thousands of years. Therefore, this was no longer a personal grudge. It was a battle for the dignity of the 2 great voids. The orthodoxies understood this. Therefore, they went all out and chased after him. Lei Gong Lin Ling, watching the battle of the gods gradually disappear before their eyes. The people in the cleansing mountain villa were very upset. This was especially true for Teacher Xiao. Her eyes were filled with excitement and regret. She was excited because she had finally seen the god she worshipped the most, Lei Gong. That kind of strength, that kind of elegance, did not lose to Lei Gong's reputation at all. As for her regret, it was because Lei Gong had appeared before her not long ago and even said a few words to her. However, what she left behind for Lei Gong was a kind of contempt and mockery from the bottom of her heart. None of you are worthy. She remembered what Lei Gong Lin Ling said. Now, she felt that they were indeed not worthy. We missed it. We all missed it. Looking at the teachers behind Teacher Xiao, they all shook their heads and sighed. They were lucky to have brushed shoulders with Lei Gong Lin Ling. However, in the end, they did not gain anything. If Lei Gong Lin Ling could teach them a thing or two, they would definitely benefit from it for the rest of their lives. Sigh. Hearing the words of the teachers, Teacher Xiao let out a long sigh. She felt so ashamed that she could not show her face. A bunch of pitiful ants. Looking at the crowd again, the light golden dragon was also chasing into the distance, but he also said this sarcastically to these people. In his hand, a purple dragon scale quietly appeared. This was personally given to him by the dragon god before he left. The dragon god also told him that if he encountered a problem that he could not solve, he should crush the dragon scale. Now this was the time. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying rapidly through the sky, causing the earth to tremble continuously. Look, that's Lei Gong Lin Ling. Voices rang out in the city, and countless people's eyes were filled with worship. Although the holy land of the Shattered Realm and the void of the 9 states were 2 different voids, this did not stop them from worshipping Lin Ling. In a world where the strong were respected, powerful gods were respected no matter where they were, not to mention a rising star like Lin Ling, Lei Gong Lin Ling, was the fastest growing and youngest god in the countless realms of the void. So powerful, he dares to enter the holy land of the Shattered Realm alone. If he can safely leave the holy land of the Shattered Realm, he will become a legend. Chapter 45:31. Bang! Lin Ling rushed out of the 10 orthodoxies and arrived at the ancient path. Just as he was about to make his move, a mysterious fluctuation appeared in front of him. Then, an old man blocked his path. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're indeed powerful. After so many years, you're the first junior to escape from my hands. You should be proud of that. The one who appeared in front of Lin Ling was Maha-orthodoxy. He looked at Lin Ling calmly and could not help but praise him in his heart. That was because not only was Lin Ling's attack powerful, but his speed was also incomparably fast. If he had not used his trump card, he would not have been able to catch this young god. Steps of God. Lin Ling looked at the old man calmly. You're quite knowledgeable. Maha Orthodoxy nodded. Now, do you think you can still escape? It's a little difficult. Your strength seems to be slightly stronger than mine. Even if we're on par, as long as you can hold me back, when the other orthodoxies arrive, I won't be able to fight them with my 2 fists. Lin Ling smiled. He could sense that this old man's strength was stronger than the Kirishin and the others. Of course, the difference was not obvious. If this old man and the Kirishin were to fight, it would take a long time to determine the winner. Most importantly, Lin Ling noticed that this old man's steps of God seemed to have something to do with speed. So, you're just going to wait to be captured? Maha Orthodoxy asked again. I only said that it's a little difficult. It doesn't mean that you can stop me, Lin Ling said. Then, without further ado, he activated the steps of God. Also, let me remind you that you're not the only one who has the steps of God. As soon as he said that, the steps of wisdom were immediately sealed. Maha Orthodoxy instantly realized that 30% of his techniques had been sealed. This made him extremely shocked. Could this also be the steps of God? And from the looks of it, it's not weak at all. While he was still in shock, a ferocious fist was heading straight for his face. It was Lin Ling. I've suppressed at least 20% of your strength, and after losing 20% of your strength, you're not much stronger than me. Perhaps you're slightly weaker than me. As for your God steps, although it's very powerful, it's only speed, and it doesn't represent combat strength. Lin Ling's punch was accompanied by an indifferent voice. Bang! Maha Orthodoxy also activated the power of divinity to resist Lin Ling's punch, but it was blown apart by Lin Ling's punch. After all, Maha Orthodoxy's strength had been suppressed by 30%, not 20% as Lin Ling had said. Bang! Therefore, he also took a direct hit to the face. Blood gushed out from his nose and teeth, and his face looked like it had been dyed red. Bang, bang, bang. He retreated in a sorry state, and the void he stepped on continued to crack. Of course, compared to the dyed red on his face, what made him angry was the humiliation in his heart. He was actually slapped in the face by a rising star. However, Lin Ling did not follow up with another attack. After his successful attack, he increased his speed, passed by Maha Orthodoxy, and rushed into the distance. To Maha Orthodoxy's surprise, Lin Ling followed the main road. He did not rush toward the exit, but instead rushed into the depths. This made him think that Lin Ling was scared out of his wits, so he panicked and did not know where to go. Maha Orthodoxy. At this moment, a large number of figures rushed out of the city. It was Immortal Wuba and the other orthodoxies. Of course, there were also many experts rushing over from afar. They looked like they were here to help, but they were actually here to watch the battle between the gods. After all, with their strength, they were not qualified to participate in the battle between the gods. Orthodoxy, however, when the crowd saw the state of Maha Orthodoxy, they were all shocked. That was because Maha Orthodoxy, who was wearing a white robe and had white hair draped over his shoulders, was now bleeding from his nose and teeth. His elegant white robe was stained with a few teeth, and his nose was obviously bruised, like a garlic head. Could it be? Many people had their guesses. Could it be that Lei Gong Lin Ling punched Maha Orthodoxy? However, Maha Orthodoxy was the strongest among the 10 orthodoxies. Even if he was punched, this was too fake. Stop talking nonsense. Go after Lei Gong. Maha Orthodoxy was already fuming with anger and immediately changed the topic. What did he run to? Damn it, I thought Maha Orthodoxy would stop him, and he wouldn't be able to escape even if he grew wings, but he still escaped. Xian Wuba looked around and then said angrily. He didn't leave the broken holy land. He panicked and ran inside. Maha Orthodoxy immediately said. Inside, everyone was stunned, and then they burst into laughter, because as long as Lin Ling did not escape from the broken holy land, it would be impossible for him to escape. This guy is obviously scared out of his wits. He ran inside. This is not the broken holy land's territory. It's either the Immortal Spirit Nation or the 10 Orthodoxies. Ha ha! He's really an idiot. Exactly. Let's not rush. We'll catch him slowly. Remember to seal the entire broken Holy Land. Don't let him get away with it. The Orthodoxies relaxed and laughed. Maha-Orthodoxy also seemed to have regained his dignity and could not help but laugh. However, his laugh was very funny, and a few of his teeth were missing. He immediately covered his mouth and said, I guess it's his first time in the broken Holy Land, and he's not familiar with the place, so he panicked and ran around randomly. He should be hiding in the Immortal Spirit Nation. Maha-Orthodoxy. Where else can he run to other than the Immortal Spirit Nation? Don't tell me he's running to the primogenitor's sacrificial ground. Dao Bai Yuntong's face was full of smiles, and then he added, however, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire ancient avenue became inexplicably silent. The primogenitor's forbidden ground. That's right, Lei Gong Lin Ling could very well have escaped there. If he destroyed the primogenitor's forbidden ground, they would be sinners for eternity. Because the primogenitor's forbidden ground was like an ancestor to the broken Holy Land, if they could not even protect the ancestor, who would not laugh at them, they would also become the laughing stock of the void. Quick, go after him. Maha-Orthodoxy was stunned for a moment, but he did not care about his missing teeth and roared. The others could no longer remain calm, and they were so angry that their teeth were itching. They all chased along the avenue, praying that damned Lei Gong would not go to the primogenitor's forbidden ground. Unfortunately, the effect of praying was very weak and could even be said to be ineffective. That was because two huge statues gradually appeared in front of them, and below the statues was a young man wearing a blue and white immortal robe. He had his hands behind his back, and he was looking at them with a smile. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling? I knew it. Everyone's faces turned pale. They were most afraid that Lin Ling would destroy the primogenitor's statues and fight to the death. Despicable brat. The Orthodoxies cursed under their breaths. They thought that Lei Gong Lin Ling was a duck that was already in their mouths, but who knew that this duck would be so difficult to deal with and would actually give them a loss. Chapter 45:32. Hee, if you dare to do anything, don't blame me for destroying these two stone statues. Hee. Lin Ling Yin chuckled. What seemed like a casual statement was like a needle that pierced into everyone's heart and made them feel as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. How dare you? The Orthodoxies were enraged, and their killing intent was obvious. Xian Wuba took a step forward. If Lin Ling dared to lay a finger on the primogenitor statue of the immortal spirit Hegemonation, Xian Wuba and Lei Gong would be irreconcilable. Lei Gong Lin Ling, do you really want to fight to the death? Maha-Orthodoxy said coldly. How about this? The Cataclysm Holy Land will let you leave, but you must not destroy the primogenitor statue. Hee, do you think I'm stupid? As soon as I leave this place, all of you will swarm me. Lin Ling was not going to fall for it. How cunning. In fact, that was exactly what the Orthodoxies were thinking. Do you really want to drag this out? Let me tell you, the more time you spend here, the more dangerous your void of the 9 prefectures will be. Nobody knows what kind of powerful enemies will attack your void of the 9 prefectures. For example, the chief of the Ox Demon clan in the Ear Ox Cave, the divine overlord of the U continent, and so on. That's right, this is our territory. We can afford to drag this out. The Orthodoxies suddenly spoke again, their faces filled with cold sneers. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He could not deny that these old foxes were very thoughtful. He could not afford to drag this out forever. Moreover, he could sense that these orthodoxies were watching him closely. As soon as he showed the slightest weakness, they would swarm him and not give Lin Ling the slightest chance to fight back. This meant that Lin Ling had to be alert at all times to fight against these old monsters. How can the Dragon Valley miss out on such a lively scene? However, at this moment, in the sky far away, countless ancient dragon deities roared and howled. Their auras were enormous. The dragon tribe. When the orthodoxies turned their heads to look, their expressions instantly turned ugly. Originally, they had the upper hand in the negotiation with Lin Ling, but who knew that the Dragon Clan would interfere? As a result, Lin Ling had more bargaining chips, and they could not easily touch Lin Ling. Rumble. In the skies above, millions of dragon gods were tumbling about. They were faintly discernible and beautiful. Among them, there was a gigantic dragon with the longest dragon whiskers. Its eyes were fixed on the ground. Then, with a tremble of its body, it transformed into an old man and walked down slowly. He was the dragon god of the Dragon Valley, Lei Gong Lin Ling. The dragon god looked at Lin Ling as he walked down. Lin Ling nodded at him, telling him that he had accomplished his goal. Dragon god, are you really going to interfere in this matter? Looking at the old man walking down, Maha Orthodoxy was enraged. Although the dragon tribe could not be compared to the godly land of the Broken Territory, they were not to be trampled on. Now that they had joined forces with Lei Gong, their strength was not to be underestimated. Lei Gong Lin Ling has the bloodline of the dragon tribe. He's considered a member of the Dragon Valley. How can we not help him when he's in trouble? The dragon god said calmly. Old fox, the orthodoxies cursed. If Lei Gong Lin Ling was an ordinary person, they believed that the dragon tribe would not help him. Therefore, the dragon god's words were even better than a song. It's useless even if you help him. Do you think the Dragon Valley alone is a match for the Broken Territory? Xian Wuba immediately said, Indeed, we are no match for you. However, if we really fight, you won't have any advantage either. The dragon god said with a smile. He then looked at the progenitor stone statue behind him and said, Moreover, no one can guarantee that the progenitor stone statue will be intact in a battle between the gods. Oh, I heard rumors that your progenitor stone statue seems to be faking his death. I wonder if his death will become real if the statue is destroyed. How dare you? The orthodoxies were even more furious now. Save your threats. You only have one choice now. Let us leave, and I promise not to touch a single hair on your progenitor stone statue. The dragon god was not afraid at all, and I said again, Impossible. This Lei Gong caused a ruckus in the Broken Territory and killed our disciples. If he leaves just like that, what face will the 10 orthodoxies have? The gods and Buddhas will laugh at us. That's right. He also killed 1 million soldiers of our immortal spirit hegemony nation. I, immortal hegemony nation, am a god from the age of gods. If a rising star steps on my head, even if I don't care about face, our immortal spirit hegemony nation does. The orthodoxies and Xian Wuba spoke up, unwilling to let Lin Ling leave in peace. So, there's no room for negotiation. The dragon god narrowed his eyes. If this continues, we can only wait and see who can outlast the other. Although the Dragon Valley had mobilized all of its dragon gods, the Puncture Divine Soil still had more dragon gods. If they were to clash with the Puncture Divine Soil head-on, the Dragon Valley would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, the Dragon Valley didn't want to fight to the death with the Puncture Divine Soil. Let's wait and see. We're not afraid of you. On the Broken Territories side, everyone was going all out. They were not afraid of the Dragon Valley. What they were most afraid of was the progenitor stone statue being destroyed. For a moment, the two overlords of the void and the Kaiyuan River were competing with each other in patience, fighting spirit, and will. They wanted to see who could outlast the other. As long as one side surrendered first, they would definitely be attacked with all their might by the other side. All right. If this continues, we don't know how long it'll take. It'll only benefit the spirit nation. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Lin Ling, who had been silent all this time, slowly spoke up. Lei Gong Lin Ling, are you planning to surrender? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the orthodoxies could not help but laugh. What kind of joke is this? Surrender to a bunch of old monsters like you? You might as well just kill me. I just think that our negotiations can go another way. Lin Ling said disdainfully. He turned around and looked at the giant stone statue behind him. If I have a way to awaken your progenitor, I wonder if you'll let me leave as a reward. Impossible. As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, The orthodoxies roared. The progenitor stone statue had been here for 30 million years. It was so long that it could be traced back to the end of the era of the gods. However, it was not that the broken territory had not tried to awaken the progenitor, but in the end, it was to no avail. At some point, they even thought that the progenitor was dead. Now, a rising star was boasting that he had a way to awaken the progenitor. What bullshit! Even if this rising star was from the era of the gods, they would not believe it. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that I can't. It's just awakening a statue. How difficult do you think it is? Lin Ling said again. Nonsense. You're boasting shamelessly. Do you know why the primogenitor became a statue? It's not difficult. You're good at bragging. The Maha Orthodoxy said disdainfully. Chapter 45:33. What? How did you know? When Lin Ling finished speaking, the orthodoxies were stunned. My world is not something you can understand. Perhaps I am even older than all of you. Lin Ling looked up at the sky and said calmly. His words silenced the orthodoxies, as if this was the first time they had met Lei Gong Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling was also a god from the age of Pantheon? You're misleading the public with your lies. Suddenly, Xian Wuba shouted, I have checked Lin Ling. He is not from the age of Pantheon, but from a small realm called the Rainforest Sacred Land. My friends, I think he is just trying to buy time. Don't fall for it. You're indeed trying to mislead the masses with your lies. The orthodoxies suddenly realized that they no longer believed in Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still not afraid. He said, How about this? If I can awaken your primogenitor, this matter will end here. If I fail, I will tell you the whereabouts of the world stone tablet. What do you think? Are you serious? Maha Orthodoxy's eyes lit up. Brother Maha, he is full of tricks. Don't fall for it. In my opinion, we should fight it out with him and see who comes out on top. Taoist Xian Wuba, Maha Orthodoxy said, I know you hate Lei Gong for killing millions of gods, but don't forget our mission. The will of the world is more important. Maha Orthodoxy looked at Xian Wuba and said, Taoist Xian Wuba, I know you hate Lei Gong to the bone. But Xian Wuba wanted to say something, but Maha Orthodoxy stopped him. Even the ancient gods from the Chaos realm were curious about the host of the seventh world will, let alone these orthodoxies. Therefore, if they had the chance to know this secret, they would not lose out. Even if Lin Ling succeeded, they would be the ones benefiting from it. When the primogenitor woke up, he might even help them kill Lin Ling. Therefore, no matter which choice they made, they would not lose out. Of course it's true. At this moment, Lin Ling nodded. All right, I promise you. Maha Orthodoxy nodded as well. However, the orthodoxies behind him didn't think the same way. None of them agreed. The way they saw it, Lin Ling just wanted to take the opportunity to escape. So, they should kill him on the spot. However, Maha Orthodoxy had already agreed, so they could only endure it for the time being. Oh, right. Don't disturb me when I'm communicating with your progenitor. Otherwise, don't blame me if your progenitor doesn't wake up. At this time, Lin Ling said calmly. He's speaking as if it's true. This brat is too good at pretending. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the orthodoxies were even more displeased. As for Maha Orthodoxy, in order to obtain the will of the world, he endured it. He nodded and said, As long as you don't destroy the statue, we won't stop you. It's impossible to destroy the statue, but it's unavoidable to destroy a small part of it. Do you agree? Lin Ling asked again. All right. Maha Orthodoxy gritted its teeth and finally agreed. Brother Maha. Seeing that Brother Maha was continuously giving in to Lin Ling, the orthodoxies were indignant. This was especially true for Xian Wuba, who was the most furious. He had already forced Lin Ling into a corner and was about to kill him. However, at the critical moment, this troublesome thing had happened. Let him be proud for a while longer. Don't worry, as long as he fails, I don't think he'll dare to say anything. Maha Orthodoxy waved his hand, indicating for everyone to calm down. The dragons in the Dragon Valley were also looking at Lin Ling in shock. The progenitor of the broken Holy Land was very ancient. Even they weren't familiar with it. How could Lin Ling be familiar with it? Dragon God, Even Maha-Orthodoxy couldn't wake the progenitor up. If it's Lin Ling, I'm afraid it'll be even harder. The golden dragon appeared beside the dragon god and said worriedly, "We can't back down now. We can only trust Lin Ling." The dragon god sighed and said helplessly, "Bang." However, just as the two of them finished talking, there was a loud bang in front of them. They saw Lin Ling standing on the shoulder of one of the progenitor statues. He grabbed the statue's earring with both hands and pulled it hard, causing it to fall to the ground. The statue was the statue of White Maiden, the progenitor of the 10 orthodoxies. Fuck! Seeing Lin Ling stepping on White Maiden, the orthodoxies felt their hearts bleeding. Even they didn't dare to step on the progenitor. They could only kneel down and worship it. Damn it, Maha-Orthodoxy. I think we should kill him immediately. One of the orthodoxies said angrily. Endure. Maha-Orthodoxy's face was contorted in anger. However, when he thought of the promise he made to Lin Ling, he endured it. If he attacked now, Lin Ling might use this as an excuse to say that they interfered and caused the progenitor to not wake up. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was another loud bang. After the earrings of White Maiden statue were removed, Lin Ling started to pull out the hairpin on the statue's head. The hairpin was carved out of a rock and was bigger than Lin Ling. After Lin Ling pulled it out, he slammed it on the ground. Bang! The hairpin shattered, scattering rocks all over the ground. It was as if the hearts of the orthodoxies were shattered. How cruel! Maha-Orthodoxy, we can't let him humiliate our progenitor. If this goes on, how can we face our progenitor in the future? The orthodoxies were on the verge of tears as they looked at Maha-Orthodoxy. We've agreed that as long as we don't destroy the progenitor, we can still play dirty. If you feel bad, you don't have to watch. Maha-Orthodoxy's heart was bleeding as he gritted his teeth and said, I knew it. That kid is using this opportunity to take revenge. He can't wake up the progenitor. Luckily, he's attacking your progenitor. Ha ha. Beside them, Xian Wuba was gloating, mocking Maha-Orthodoxy for trusting Lin Ling. Maha-Orthodoxy's eyes twitched when he heard that. He suddenly felt that he was a little foolish. The reason he agreed to Lin Ling's request was not only because they wouldn't be at a disadvantage, but he also had other intentions. He was hoping that Lin Ling would be able to awaken the progenitor. After all, Lin Ling knew that the progenitor cultivated the pure water-sky grand art. One had to know that only their orthodoxies in the cataclysm divine land knew about this grand art. However, it seemed like Lin Ling was just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. Enough. Seeing that Lin Ling had started to pull out the bracelet on the progenitor statue, Maha-Orthodoxy could no longer hold it in. As soon as he spoke, the orthodoxies no longer held back. All of them unleashed their aura, ready to fight to the death. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the progenitor statue seemed to have touched some taboo. Its head began to move, and its mouth slowly opened, revealing a cave that was as tall as a person. Moreover, it was emitting a blue light. This was something that had never happened to the statue in thousands of years. At that moment, all the orthodoxies who were filled with murderous aura stopped moving. Xian Wuba, Dragon God, and the others were shocked. Could it be that the kid had succeeded? Chapter 45-34. All right, I'm going to wake up your primogenitor now. Wait for me. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards the cave. At the same time, he used his divine vitality to form a complicated seal before disappearing into the cave. The Sky River deity had told Lin Ling all of this while he was in prison. Of course, Lin Ling was not so kind as to help the broken Holy Land awaken their primogenitor for free. He was after the pure heavenly spiritual comet fluid in the statue. He's gone in. To prevent him from pulling any tricks, let's go in and take a look. Seeing Lin Ling disappear, the orthodoxies immediately turned to Maha-Orthodoxy. Maha-Orthodoxy nodded. He did not want things to get out of hand, so he immediately led the group towards the cave. Splash! However, just as they got close to the cave, a terrifying surge of water from the heavenly river rushed towards them. The orthodoxies were thrown off their feet. They could not withstand the force at all. It's the power of the primogenitor. After the orthodoxies crashed onto the ground, they all looked up in horror. Why can that kid go in, but we can't? Maha-orthodoxy immediately asked after recovering from his shock. This time, everyone was puzzled. According to Lin Ling's age, he should be a local deity in the void of the 9 continents. He should not know much about the secrets of the age of Pantheon. But why did he have a way to enter, but they, as the descendants of the primogenitor, could not? That kid is a little strange. Maha-orthodoxy could not understand, and could only say so. Everyone nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling did not know the heavenly water pure maiden, but he knew her father. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking along the cave. To his surprise, he discovered that after entering the stone sculpture, he seemed to have arrived at a world of water. Moreover, this water was extremely extraordinary. It was sparkling and translucent as it flowed, carrying with it a divine charm. There's an endless amount of divine power hidden in the water. Although Lin Ling didn't feel any pressure, he knew that this was only because he knew the method to enter. If it was anyone else, then they would have been suppressed to death by the endless divine power. From the looks of it, this white water-pure maiden must be very powerful. She must be a mid-level god. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The difference between a mid-god and a low god was like heaven and earth. No matter how talented or powerful a low god was, a low god would never be a match for a mid-god. Some of the more powerful low gods could at most survive a mid-god's attack by luck. Crash! As he moved forward, Lin Ling felt that there was water flowing under his feet like a small stream. He walked on the stream, and rumbling sounds began to appear in front of him, as if there were many waterfalls in front of him. This made Lin Ling speed up a little. Following the flow of water, Lin Ling finally reached the end. He saw that he was on a cliff, and the stream below his feet crashed down from high above. Moreover, this stream was not the one Lin Ling was at. The entire space in front of him was filled with streams. Endless water flowed down from the cave entrance. It was a spectacular scene. Looking straight ahead, there were shallow ripples on the ground. They were resplendent and radiant as they flowed slowly. A statue condensed from crystals sat there. It was over 100 meters tall and wore a gauzy gown. It was like a goddess. However, the water around the statue was clearly different. It was much clearer and reflected even more colorful light. This water was like the essence of all water. It flowed under the statue and did not disperse. Pure heavenly spirit comet elixir. Lin Ling stared at the elixir under the statue. He knew that this elixir was even rarer than the divine spring. It had a supreme effect. Even in the era of the gods, it was incomparably rare. Lin Ling immediately stepped out of the cave. At this time, Lin Ling also felt that the giant statue seemed to have awakened. It was looking at him with a cold and arrogant gaze, as if it was saying, "Where did this ant come from? How arrogant!" Lin Ling ignored the statue's gaze. He landed under the statue and sat down cross-legged. "Who are you?" At this time, a voice suddenly came from the giant statue. "You dare to have designs on my pure heavenly spirit comet elixir? Do you want to die?" Lin Ling looked up and said indifferently, "Pure heavenly spirit woman white, stop putting on an act in front of me. My name is Lei Gong Lin Ling. I'm here to help you." "With just you? You really are an ant that doesn't know your place." The statue's voice came out again. It was full of disdain and mockery. It didn't believe Lin Ling's words at all. It even treated Lin Ling as an ant that was bound to die. After speaking, she didn't say anything else. She was too lazy to waste her breath. Lin Ling chuckled. He understood white water pure maiden's thoughts. He slowly said, "Your heavenly water pure technique has been cultivated to the limit. If this goes on, you will always be in a state of suspended animation. As for me, I'm the one who will give you the last 3 levels of the technique." "How do you know about the pure heavenly spirit technique? You were sent by my father? Quickly, give me the last 3 layers of the pure heavenly spirit technique." The statue suddenly shook. Its voice was full of surprise. "Your father sent you? Lin Ling knew that this pure, heavenly spirit woman thought of him as a servant. He lazily said, "Why should I give it to you? Also, when asking for help, shouldn't you say please and then thank you?" You. This time, the statue was stunned. She never thought that this servant would be so arrogant. But for the last 3 layers of the pure, heavenly spirit technique, she endured. As long as she got out of her suspended animation state, she would slowly teach this junior a lesson. Please, give me the last 3 layers of the pure, heavenly spirit technique. Thank you. The statue made a sound. It was obvious that her thank you was very unnatural. Of course, this was normal. She was the pure heavenly spirit woman, the daughter of the sky river water god. In this era, it was always others who said thank you to her. It was always others who asked her for help. Unfortunately, her arrogance was useless in front of Lin Ling. You're still missing the word love. Lin Ling, who was standing under the statue, replied lazily. You don't go too far. White water pure woman was furious. Where did this ignorant brat come from? I'm so angry. She pondered for a moment and finally said sincerely, please, please, give me the last 3 layers of the water pure sky technique. Thank you. In order to escape, she continued to endure. She secretly swore that as soon as she escaped, she would find her father and ask him who this arrogant brat was and why he had asked such a person to help her. And if her father didn't speak, she would personally teach this junior a lesson. Seeing that you're so sincere, fine. I'll give you the last 3 layers of the pure heavenly spirit technique. Hearing the pure heavenly spirit woman's words, Lin Ling nodded. He waved his right hand, and the cultivation method he obtained from the sky river water god floated over. Then, Lin Ling greedily absorbed the pure heavenly spirit comet liquid on the ground. Greedy brat, I'll let you be proud for a while. Once I escape, even if my father is here, he won't be able to stop me from teaching you a lesson. Chapter 45:35. Lin Ling also entered a state of cultivation when he sensed that pure white maiden was cultivating. What a rich spiritual energy! A warm current flowed into Lin Ling's body, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. The effects of the pure heavenly spirit comet fluid were not something the divine spring could compare to. Not only did it increase Lin Ling's cultivation realm, but it also increased his divine energy and physical strength. Most importantly, it also increased Lin Ling's soul energy. The word wisdom in the pure heavenly spirit comet fluid explained everything. The cultivation of a god depends not only on one's foundation, but also on the universe's most desolate grade treasures. Luck is the most important factor in obtaining these ancient desolate grade treasures. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. If he had not coincidentally found pure white maiden's father, Lin Ling might not have been able to obtain such a precious treasure. This water seems to have a spirit. There's no need to refine it at all. It actually flows in my dantian by itself. After sighing, Lin Ling sensed that his cultivation was increasing rapidly. Moreover, this increase had no side effects. It was gentle and vigorous. His dantian was constantly transforming. Lin Ling did not even need to activate the chaos divine formula, as the ancient spiritual energy continued to nourish his dantian. Looks like it won't be difficult to make a breakthrough. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He had made many breakthroughs, but the progress was always slow. Now, he finally felt the signs of a breakthrough. And with this breakthrough, Lin Ling was confident that he could dominate among the lower gods. In fact, with his current strength, there were very few late-stage lower gods who could defeat him, unless they were monstrous existences. Ancient Thunder Beast. Lin Ling took out the treasure he had obtained at the Divine Land Conference and gently placed it in front of him. He controlled the white lightning to wrap around the bone and slowly refine it. The bones of the ancient Thunder Beast were very hard and hard to refine. If not for the feedback from the Luai's true body, Lin Ling might not have snatched the bone treasure away from Lin Ling. After the white lightning wrapped around the bones, it slowly seeped into the bones and began to refine the mysterious energy from within. Lin Ling sensed that this kind of refinement would take a long time, so he also entered a state of comprehension. All the martial arts he had learned in his life slowly flowed through his mind as if history was repeating itself. Lin Ling had practiced martial arts for 2 lifetimes. In his first life, Li Xiaoyao had rich martial arts experience. In his second life, Lin Ling was even better than Li Xiaoyao. The martial arts experience of 2 lifetimes flowed into his mind. Undoubtedly, it was also slowly increasing the foundation for a breakthrough. And this kind of memory, from simple to complex, from nothing to something, finally comprehended the martial arts that Lin Ling was currently learning. Now, Lin Ling had the human monarch's flame. However, he had stopped cultivating this talent after comprehending it to a certain extent. The Thunderlock True Body had also been cultivated to the 5th level. As for the other divine abilities, such as the Bodhi Testimony Divine Technique, Lin Ling had cultivated them to their limits. Apart from slowly increasing Lin Ling's soul force, this divine technique wasn't of much help to him. The only things that Lin Ling was still cultivating and comprehending were the Primal Chaos Divine Technique, the Cardinal Grand Brahma Punishment Art, and the Pangu Strike. This was because these 3 techniques were the most ancient techniques, and the martial arts that he had learned before could only dominate the deity realm. Bang! 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 In Lin Ling's Dantian, rumbling sounds were constantly heard. After his foundation of martial arts and cultivation resources had met the requirements, his first Dantian had finally entered the late-stage low-god realm. The divine energy in his Dantian was surging, as though it had the power to split the heavens and earth. This kid has broken through. White Water Pure Maiden, who was standing on the huge statue behind Lin Ling, also sensed the changes in Lin Ling. Of course, she was only a little surprised. With her experience, she had met countless late-stage low gods in her life. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, another formless divine aura filled the air. Another breakthrough. White Water Pure Maiden thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her because she had just sensed that Lin Ling had broken through. How could he have broken through again? This must be fake. How can a person break through so many times? White Water Pure Maiden shook her head. But at this time, another wave of energy came. Divine energy and divine aura filled the air like a tidal wave. Another breakthrough. This time, White Water Pure Maiden no longer thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Boom, boom, boom. But the divine energy and divine aura seemed to have opened the floodgates. Waves after waves of energy came from it, as though it was breaking through again and again. Heavens! White Water Pure Maiden couldn't be bothered with her cultivation anymore. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Ling's body, and she was completely dumbfounded. She could be considered an ancient great god in the era of gods. She had seen a lot of things, but this was the first time she had seen such a strange thing. Could it be that there were 6 or 7 gods hiding in that kid's body? Or did that kid have several Dantians? But she had heard of people with 3 Dantians. Having more than 3 Dantians was rare, even in the era of gods. Moreover, even if there were, it was just a kind of divine ability and not a real multi-Dantian cultivation. Because too many Dantians would go against heaven's harmony. While cultivating, there would also be conflicts. The most basic thing was that when refining treasures, the various Dantians would compete for spiritual energy. A moment of carelessness, and this would lead to chi deviation. How could she know that Lin Ling's Chaos Divine Formula did not have this kind of flaw at all? What a strange kid. White Water Pure Maiden discovered that this ant was not as weak as he appeared on the surface. After this ant broke through, she would interrogate him properly. If he dare not to fight, then she would kill him. White Water Pure Maiden, as the progenitor of the breakage divine soil, was an existence akin to an overlord. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know that White Water Pure Maiden was watching him break through. Of course, if possible, Lin Ling did not want to expose his cultivation process, but he had no other choice. As Lin Ling continued to break through, the amount of spiritual liquid he was sitting cross-legged on decreased. Ka. At the same time, endless white lightning raged around Lin Ling's body. It was majestic, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It turned into a mysterious thunder god with a pair of thunderous wings and a body of lightning. This thunder god's long hair draped over his shoulders, fluttering in the wind. There was a mysterious eye patch over his eyes. He spread his arms and floated behind Lin Ling, giving others the feeling that he was the ruler of the world, omnipotent and omnipotent, a mid-god divine fetus. White water pure, maiden spoke again. Clearly, she had also noticed that Lin Ling's talent had broken through. His talent is not bad. With a mid-god divine fetus in his body, unless his perception and luck are too poor, it shouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the mid-god realm. However, it's hard to find the treasures needed to break through in the current void. It's possible to find them in the shattered divine world. Of course, if you can go to the most ancient chaos world, then you'll break through. Breaking through to the mid-god realm is a matter of certainty. White water pure maiden said indifferently. She naturally knew that Lin Ling could break through because of her pure heavenly spiritual comet liquid. Chapter 45:36. The Luai's true body, the talent of the Luai's god. However, although the Luai's god was famous during the era of gods and had many disciples, he did not have a deep foundation. He was not a descendant of an ancient great god, so he reached his limit during the era of gods. White water pure, maiden said again. During the era of gods, there were countless powerful gods, but those with the halo of an ancient great god were undoubtedly more powerful and had greater potential. However, to obtain such a halo, one had to possess the bloodline of an ancient great god or obtain the inheritance of an ancient great god. Otherwise, it was very difficult to obtain such a halo. Ring. All right. Although I haven't finished cultivating the clear water sky technique, I can withdraw from the state of suspended animation. Now, let's see where this little ant came from. I'm very curious about his dantians. White water, maiden walked out from the crystal statue. She wore a white robe, and her feet were bare. Her silver hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. She was very beautiful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a goddess. Of course, even in the age of gods, pure white was one of the top beauties. Back then, countless gods were moved by her beauty, which created her arrogant heart. White water maiden then stood not far from Lin Ling, looking at Lin Ling indifferently, as if she was looking at a servant. Lin Ling was oblivious to this, and he was still in the excitement of breaking through. This breakthrough had undoubtedly benefited him greatly. First, his Luai's true body had finally entered the ranks of mid-god divine embryos. It was at the second grade, on par with the heavenly dragon protector. It provided Lin Ling with great speed, defense, divine aura, and divine energy. Now, of his 7 dantians, 5 of them were at the level of god. On the other hand, the strongest person in the past, King Yin, was still a low god. However, Lin Ling had too many talents, so he did not put much effort into cultivating the Luai's true body. Instead, he checked the effects of the breakthrough. After the Luai's true body's breakthrough, Lin Ling's greatest advantage was speed. Now, Lin Ling's base speed was at 1 million world speed. If he fused with the third stage, he could reach a terrifying 1.5 million world speed. This time, the speed of improvement was incomparably terrifying. Of course, other than the speed of improvement, the Luai's true body did not make much progress in other areas. However, Lin Ling had made a breakthrough this time, so his other areas had also improved in all aspects. His soul power had reached 160,000 levels. His physical strength was 70,010,000 worlds force. If he fused with the third stage talent, he could reach a terrifying 10,010,000 worlds force. Moreover, if he used the Panga strike, it would increase by 100%, reaching 14,010,000 worlds force. It could be said that just by relying on the strength of his body, Lin Ling would be able to move unhindered among late-stage low gods. Looking at his godly power, his base level was 30,000 strands of godly power. If he fused with a third-stage talent, he could reach 80,000 strands of godly power. Most importantly, the third stage of innate fusion was the fusion of the 7 great innate talents, and all of the divine power was improving. The further I cultivate the primal chaos divine formula, the greater the improvement. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He was looking forward to seeing how terrifying his strength would be after the 8th Dantian was opened. If all 9 Dantians were opened at the same time, his strength would increase by at least 9 times, or even more. Unfortunately, although the 9 Dantians brought great power, the cultivation resources required to open them were also much more. Now, Lin Ling felt that he had the foundation to open the 8th Dantian, but unfortunately, he did not have enough treasures to open it. Shaking his head, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. However, his eyes were not as sharp as before. Instead, they were more profound. He did not know why, but the breakthrough this time gave him a very strange feeling. It was as if he had gone with the wind. His eyes swept around and immediately found the lady in white standing not far from him. The lady was very beautiful. Her eyes were like autumn water, graceful and graceful. She was as light as a fleeting shadow, as if a fairy had descended to the mortal world. Although the lady was dressed very plainly, her white dress just so happened to set off her spirit. On the contrary, if she was dressed too extravagantly, it would cause her to lose her spirituality and become like an ordinary person. Lin Ling had seen all kinds of beauties since he started learning martial arts. However, in terms of temperament, it was this lady who left the deepest impression on him. Even Yu and the rest could not compare. Is this the pure white maiden? Lin Ling thought to himself, then slowly stood up. You're awake. The pure white maiden kept looking at Lin Ling. Her expression was very cold, as if she was staring at Lin Ling not as a person, but as a grain of sand, a speck of dust. Perhaps she had seen too much, so in her eyes, Lin Ling was just a grain of sand on the Great Tao. In the end, he could not escape the Great Tao. The restraint of the Great Tao would soon disappear from her sight. Therefore, when facing a grain of sand, a true god would not have any feelings. Lin Ling sensed the pure white maiden's emotions, so he nodded lazily. What cultivation method did you train in? You have to know that every martial artist has their own cultivation method when they become a god. Moreover, if their cultivation method is incomplete, they will have to find a new cultivation method in the deity realm. So, tell me the cultivation method you used to enter the deity realm and deity realm. The pure white maiden's words seemed casual, but they carried an unquestionable majesty. It was as if Lin Ling would definitely answer if she asked. She even personally asked Lin Ling. This was a reward for Lin Ling, a blessing for Lin Ling. Of course, with her beauty, strength, and status, she indeed had the qualifications. However, Lin Ling laughed. In terms of status, beauty, and strength, the ancient deities Lin Ling knew were even more ancient than the pure white maiden. For example, the Eastern Sea Dragon King he met in the 8-god celestial palace. This ancient deity surpassed the pure white maiden in every aspect, except for beauty. Moreover, Lin Ling was no longer the carefree and unruly youth of the past. Beauty to him was just a beautiful flower at some point in time. He only admired it. How could his heart be moved? What are you laughing at? Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, the pure white maiden frowned. She did not know why, but she felt that Lin Ling was looking at her with a mocking gaze. A little god of this era actually had the nerve to laugh at her. If you don't speak, you have to bear the consequences. The pure white maiden was not a person who liked to be long-winded. She directly stated their relationship. Don't tell me you still want to use force. Although it is indeed difficult for me to resist with your strength, unfortunately, even if I stand still, I think you won't dare to touch me. Lin Ling said. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the pure white maiden couldn't help but laugh. Although it was a bold and unrestrained laughter, it had the beauty of a heroine. In this aspect, the Luli Empress of the past could not compare to her, and neither could Longyang. Chapter 45:37. Are you ready to die after reading this letter? White Maiden stared at the letter floating in the water. She did not think that a mere junior could take out a letter that could move her. Let me tell you something. I've been wanting to teach you a lesson for your rudeness for a long time now. Maybe you have some sort of background, but it's useless to me. I've seen more gods in my life, and I've fought more battles than you ever could. White Maiden waved her hand as she spoke, sucked the letter over, and then slowly opened it. However, after seeing the first word, her whole body trembled because it was her father's handwriting. She was very sure that these words were really written by her father, because these words seemed simple, but in fact, each word hid the aura of the Milky Way, and others could not forge it at all. My father is indeed still alive. Kid, where did you see my father? Tell me, or don't blame me for killing you. White Maiden suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Ling fiercely. Finish reading the letter before you talk nonsense. Lin Ling said, I'll let you be proud first. White Maiden gritted her teeth and continued reading the letter. However, the more she read, the more her pretty face changed, and in the end, her whole body trembled. Not only did the letter describe what had happened to the Sky River Water God in the past few years, it also gave pointers to the White Water Pure Maiden's future cultivation. Most importantly, his father had asked the White Water Pure Maiden to thank the person who delivered the letter and to follow the person who delivered the letter to help him. This must be fake. White Maiden kept blinking and used her divine vitality to check, but found that the words were still written by her father. This made her suddenly raise her head and stare at Lin Ling. The Milky Way water god, the king of gods in the past, actually wanted to thank this arrogant kid? He even wanted her to follow this kid and help him? What kind of joke was this? One had to know that in the past, many gods were proud to be able to help the Milky Way water god. At that time, who dared to ask for a reward? No, not a single one. What did you say to my father? Where's my father? I want to ask him personally. White Maiden said sternly. I didn't say anything. As for where your father is, I have no comment. Also, didn't your father tell you to thank me heavily? Lin Ling said indifferently. Nonsense. Not only did my father want me to thank you heavily, he also wanted me to follow you and help you. She was the progenitor of the godly soil of the Broken Realm, one of the most terrifying gods of the present age. Even in the age of gods, she would have been a force to be reckoned with. But now, she had to follow a brat who was still wet behind the ears. Follow me? Why would I want a fierce servant? Lin Ling was shocked when he heard White Water Goddess's words. He had only glanced at the envelope and did not see the words written by the Sky River God. It seemed that the Sky River God was also cunning. He knew that it would be difficult to see him, so he used his daughter to play the friendship card and fight for him to let him go. The River God. What? Servant? When did I become your servant? Hearing this, White Water Pure Maiden became even angrier. Not my servant. You're not qualified to be my servant. Because what do I want you for? Lin Ling corrected her. You. White Water Pure Maiden was so angry that her breasts trembled. Then, she pounced on Lin Ling and reached out with her jade-like hand. The sound of a raging river could be heard. She was so angry that she almost lost her mind. Asking her to be a servant was a great humiliation to her, but who would have thought that this arrogant brat would say no with a disdainful face? Damn it, you want to kill me? Seeing White Water Pure Maiden's sudden attack, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Subconsciously, he unleashed a powerful force and punched out. Boom! Although he did not have the third stage talent fusion, the current Lin Ling was no longer the same as before. This punch actually knocked White Water Pure Maiden's hand askew. However, White Water Pure Maiden was still an intermediate celestial. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, there was still an insurmountable gap between them. Therefore, White Water Pure Maiden's arm trembled. A powerful force gushed out from her body and grabbed at Lin Ling again. The speed of this attack increased by a few notches. It was not what Lin Ling could block at all. By the time Lin Ling reacted, his neck was already grabbed by a jade-like hand. However, Lin Ling was not afraid in the slightest. He looked at White Water Pure Maiden coldly and said, "You dare to go against Father's words? Or are you, White Water Pure Maiden, an ungrateful person? I saved you, but you came to kill me instead." White Water Pure Maiden could not refute these words. She naturally knew that Lin Ling saved her. However, Lin Ling did not give her face too much. Forget being disrespectful to her. He even dared to make her a servant. She could not swallow this insult. However, thinking of her father whose life and death were unknown, and thinking of her father's instructions, she finally gritted her teeth and let go of Lin Ling. While Lin Ling stroked his neck, his expression icy cold. "All right, although I saved you, I also took your clear water heavenly spirit comet elixir. Therefore, you don't have to thank me. We're even now. Goodbye." Although Lin Ling knew that White Water Pure Maiden would not kill him, Lin Ling still felt uncomfortable coming into contact with this powerful mid-god. Therefore, he did not plan on staying any longer. "Then what about me?" Seeing Lin Ling turn around and leave, White Water Pure Maiden suddenly said, "How would I know? Go wherever you want to cool off." Lin Ling replied, "You." White Water Pure Maiden stomped her feet in anger. She naturally did not want to bother with Lin Ling. However, her father instructed her to follow Lin Ling and help the latter. If she could not do it, she would not be able to answer to her father. Most importantly, she also had a feeling that following this young man, she might be able to find her father's whereabouts. "I can help you." After hesitating for a long time, White Water Pure Maiden finally spoke. After saying this, she felt as though she had suffered the greatest humiliation in her life. "Oh, no need." However, White Water Pure Maiden was dumbfounded when Lin Ling bluntly rejected her. This made her feel as though she had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. "If you want to be my servant, perhaps I will consider it. However, whether you can become my servant or not depends on what you do next." Lin Ling's voice sounded again. Although Lin Ling did not like this White Water Pure Maiden, the latter was ultimately powerful. It would be good to have a free servant. "All right, I will take fully and completely become your slave." Hearing Lin Ling's words, White Water Pure Maiden gritted her teeth and spoke word by word. Her heart was erupting like a volcano at this moment, but she did not dare to do anything. "Go out." Lin Ling nodded and walked out the way he came. Meanwhile, outside the stone statue, the orthodoxies were still waiting for Lin Ling to come out. They were completely unaware that their primogenitor had become Lin Ling's servant. "He's out." At this moment, the Maha-Orthodoxy who had been staring at the statue spoke excitedly. Chapter 45:38. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a slender figure finally appeared from the mouth of the giant stone statue. At that moment, the entire Great Path fell silent. Dragon Valley, Dragon God, various orthodoxies, Xianxia, and the others all stared at the person who walked out. Did he succeed? They all had the same thought in their minds. However, deep down, they did not think that Lin Ling had succeeded. After calming down, they realized what Lin Ling was doing. He was trying to awaken the primogenitor. Who was the primogenitor? He was a powerful figure from the era of the Pantheon. He was their true god. How could Lin Ling revive him so easily? "Lei Gong Lin Ling, how long are you going to lie to us?" Suddenly, Xianxia roared. From the looks of it, as long as Lin Ling shook his head, he would be the first to attack Lin Ling. Although he might not be a match for Lin Ling now, he could at least create chaos so that the other orthodoxies could surround and kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling came out too quickly. How can he awaken the primogenitor in such a short time? Lin Ling, oh, Lin Ling, do you really think we're idiots? Why don't you just give up now? Maha-Orthodoxy narrowed his eyes. He had a different idea from Xianxia. His goal was to get the world will's host body. At his command, the other orthodoxies immediately attacked. Wait, Dragon God wanted to stop them, but he was too late. The other orthodoxies attacked too quickly, intending to force Lin Ling to submit with lightning speed. However, just as they took to the sky, another figure slowly walked out from the mouth of the stone statue. She wore a long white dress. Her outfit was simple but dignified. After she walked out, she stood quietly beside Lin Ling. "Are you all trying to rebel?" A voice that was clear and melodious, like a bell, carried a wisp of unquestionable dignity as it drifted out from the mouth of this person. "Primogenitor." The other orthodoxies stopped what they were doing and looked at her in shock. Some people were even afraid that their eyes were playing tricks on them, so they gave themselves 3 hard slaps. Only after they saw stars did they confirm what they were seeing. "Primogenitor, how did you wake up?" The Maha-Orthodoxy stammered with a look of reverence. Whether it was in the godly broken land or the era of gods, they were the progenitor's people for generations to come. "If I still don't wake up, are you going to turn the world upside down?" Beside Lin Ling, white water pure, maiden said calmly. I wouldn't dare. "Primogenitor, please calm down." All the orthodoxies bowed respectfully. In the distance, the martial artists from the 10 orthodoxies also bowed respectfully, their hearts pounding. The primogenitor had truly awakened. This Lei Gong is really capable. Even though Xian Wuba wasn't from one of the 10 orthodoxies, he quickly bowed because a god at the level of a progenitor could easily kill him with a single finger. The people from the Dragon Valley were also shocked, but soon their faces were filled with worry. Even though Lin Ling had saved the primogenitor, it was obviously not a good thing. The godly Broken Lands primogenitor would definitely help his own people, and he might even attack Lin Ling immediately. As soon as this concern arose, the Maha-Orthodoxy pointed at Lin Ling and said, "Lord Progenitor, he's Lei Gong, one of the 4 great gods of the 9 continents void. He knows about the stone tablet where the will of the world resides." That shameless bastard. Even though the dragon god had already guessed it, he was still furious. After all, Lin Ling had saved the primogenitor, but these guys turned their backs on him. Of course, the dragon god also knew that a great battle was inevitable. The dragon god immediately sent a telepathic message. "Radiant Golden Dragon, I'm afraid we can't avoid a great battle. When the battle begins, we must protect Lin Ling and leave no matter what." "Yes, Lord Dragon God," the Radiant Golden Dragon replied solemnly. "Oh, so you're one of the 4 great gods, Lei Gong. But do you know about the stone tablet where the will of the world resides?" At this moment, the White Maiden glanced at Lin Ling. She didn't expect this arrogant kid to have such a strong background. "That stone tablet was destroyed, I didn't know." The will of the world was of great importance, and Lin Ling didn't want to admit anything. "He's talking nonsense. We saw him steal the stone tablet with our own eyes." "Primogenitor, don't believe him." Seeing that the primogenitor had personally asked, the Maha-Orthodoxy and the others were laughing in their hearts. "Lei Gong, Lin Ling, you're going to die this time. Are they telling the truth?" The White Maiden asked Lin Ling again. However, Lin Ling was clearly impatient and said coldly, "As a servant, don't you think you're talking too much?" The White Maiden didn't expect Lin Ling to suddenly say that. "Servant?" Of course, the Maha-Orthodoxy and the others understood. They were stunned for a moment, then almost burst out laughing. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was crazy, calling the primogenitor a servant. Not to mention the current era. Even in the age of Pantheon, no one dared to. They were not ordinary people. They knew the primogenitor's background. She was the daughter of the sky river water god. "What? You don't want to be my servant? That's great. I'm happy to have some peace." At this time, Lin Ling spoke again, looking very dissatisfied, and walked towards the Dragon Valley. The White Maiden gritted her teeth. "This guy must be doing it on purpose. He's trying to embarrass me in front of everyone. But if this guy left just like that, then wouldn't she be unable to fulfill her father's orders? Wait for me. I'm willing to be your servant." Thinking of this, the White Maiden hurriedly chased after Lin Ling. "Ah, servant." The orthodoxies were stunned. Then a series of loud bangs sounded, and one by one, they fell from the sky. "Servant?" Their primogenitor actually became Lei Gong Lin Ling's servant. This must be a joke. This, Lord Dragon God, did I hear wrongly? This powerful primogenitor became Lin Ling's servant? The radiant golden dragon's eyes twitched violently. I also want to know if I heard wrongly. The dragon god's mouth twitched. Then he saw Lin Ling walking towards him. He suddenly smiled bitterly. He did not understand what Lin Ling did to the primogenitor. Let's go. Lin Ling did not explain anything. He planned to leave the Cataclysm Holy Land after saying that. Moreover, Lin Ling did not say anything to the White Maiden, but the latter gritted her teeth and continued to follow Lin Ling. She knew that if she did not follow Lin Ling, she would not be able to get any news about her father. Looking at the departing Lin Ling, the orthodoxies were still dumbfounded. Suddenly, the Maha-Orthodoxy shouted, "Primogenitor, where are you going?" The White Maiden pondered for a moment, then finally said coldly, "I'm now Lei Gong Lin Ling's servant. I'll go wherever he goes." This time, she personally replied to the orthodoxies. Bang, bang, bang. Those orthodoxies who had just gotten up fell to the ground again. She was really a servant. 100,000 whys floated in their minds. Chapter 45:39. They couldn't understand. They really couldn't understand. Although they were confused, they didn't dare to ask. They could only watch as the primogenitor gradually disappeared from their sight. At this time, Lin Ling led everyone away from the broken realm Holy Land. Following the void, they walked step by step in the direction of the Kaiyuan River. Behind Lin Ling, the dragon race members didn't dare to speak. They were very afraid of White Water Pure Maiden. White Water Pure Maiden didn't speak either. She stared at Lin Ling indifferently. Her opinion of Lin Ling had changed slightly because she didn't expect Lin Ling to have such ability. He wasn't a nobody in the void. After all, she had seen that even the dragon race seemed to be very friendly to Lin Ling. White Water Pure Maiden naturally knew about the dragon race. They were a branch of the ancient dragon race. Although they couldn't compare to the ancient dragon god, they weren't weak either. Generally speaking, they rarely submitted to others, let alone a young and inexperienced dragon god. Fuck this junior. Lord Dragon God, this mission is complete. If you want to go to the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace soon, I will send someone to inform you. The Kaiyuan River began to appear in front of them. Lin Ling stopped and looked at the old man behind him. Good, good, good. The dragon god smiled and nodded. Then I'll take my leave first. Thank you for your help this time. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just say it. Lin Ling said again. No need to be so polite with one of us. The dragon god waved his hand and said. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lin Ling, he led the dragons and flew towards the Kaiyuan River. After the dragon race left, Lin Ling looked at White Water Pure Maiden and said, I know you're following me. First, you have to complete your father's orders. Second, you want to know your father's whereabouts. Then I can tell you here. If you perform well, I might tell you the whereabouts of the Sky River Water God. I hope you can do as you say. White Water Pure Maiden also nodded. She didn't seem as arrogant as before, but Lin Ling could still sense that this restraint was only because of her father's face. However, Lin Ling didn't mind and continued. But if you want to follow me, there's a condition. You're not allowed to question or investigate anything about me. If I find out that you violated this condition, then you'll leave immediately and you'll never see your father again in this lifetime. Hearing this, White Water Pure Maiden's heart trembled. Originally, she disapproved of Lin Ling's words because she felt that even if she secretly investigated, with Lin Ling's strength, he might not be able to find out. But she didn't expect that Lin Ling would be so decisive. As long as he found the slightest clue, he immediately broke off all relations with her. This also meant that if they wanted to investigate Lin Ling, it would be very risky. For the sake of her father, she obviously had to endure this humiliation again. However, through Lin Ling's words, she also knew that Lin Ling indeed knew her father's whereabouts. Okay, let's go to the bank of the Kaiyuan River. You'll stand guard for me from now on. Lin Ling said again. He planned to give Sima Ruochen's head to the Xianyuan treasure book, and he had also warned White Water Pure Maiden, so he wasn't afraid of her knowing the secret of the prison. Moreover, this time was also to test White Water Pure Maiden. If she couldn't do as she said, Then Lin Ling wouldn't dare to keep such a person. The two of them quickly arrived at the bank of the Kaiyuan River, and Lin Ling took out the stone tablet. In the beginning, White Water Pure Maiden had a disdainful expression, thinking that Lin Ling was afraid of some secret being known by her. However, she came from the era of the gods, so there was nothing she didn't know. But when Lin Ling took out the stone pillar of the square prison, White Water Pure Maiden was clearly stunned. What is this? White Water Pure Maiden had never seen such a treasure. It's best not to ask what you shouldn't ask. Lin Ling didn't even look at her, and with that, he entered the stone pillar. White Water Pure Maiden clenched her teeth. What a cocky brat. But soon, she was attracted by the stone pillar of the square prison. What kind of treasure was this? Why hadn't she seen it before? Moreover, it didn't have any power feedback, which was extremely rare. She couldn't help but want to go closer to investigate, but then she remembered Lin Ling's warning. This guy is doing it on purpose. He's testing me. I can't be fooled. White Water Pure Maiden suddenly thought of something, sneered, and ignored it. She guessed that Lin Ling must be deliberately baiting her, and this stone pillar might actually have nothing. Brat, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. You want to scheme against me? Dream on. After sneering, White Water Pure Maiden sat down cross-legged and didn't look at the stone pillar anymore. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Lin Ling didn't have time to test her. Inside the stone pillar was the square prison, and even her father was inside. At this moment, Lin Ling entered the prison and went straight to the Xianyuan treasure book first. My lord, seeing Lin Ling coming, the Xianyuan treasure book was obviously a little excited. Lin Ling didn't say much, and threw Sima Ruochen's head into the prison cell. After the Xianyuan treasure book caught the head, his body trembled, and then his eyes became wet. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. The Xianyuan treasure book kept kowtowing to Lin Ling, very grateful. No need. Tell me the map of the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling said. Okay. The Xianyuan treasure book gave Lin Ling a square sign and said, Lord Prison Master, after you find the 8 gods' heavenly palace, open the key and you can reach the 8th level. There's a guide in the key, and it will tell you the details of the 8th level. Thank you. Lin Ling took the sign and looked at it, and found that it looked like a square silver pendant, very exquisite. After saying goodbye, Lin Ling went to the prison cell of the Sky River Water God again. My lord, how's my daughter? After seeing Lin Ling, the Sky River Water God rushed over with an anxious face and asked Lin Ling through the prison cell. She has woken up, but why did you let her follow me? Lin Ling asked coldly. Huh? The Sky River Water God smiled awkwardly and said, I just wanted my daughter to be of some help to your lordship. Although my daughter is not very strong, she is still a mid-level deity. If she stays by your lordship's side, she will definitely be of some help. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking, Sky River Water God. I advise you not to act recklessly. If you anger me, you will not have an easy time. Lin Ling threatened. My lord, I wouldn't dare. The Sky River Water God's face changed, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Did my daughter offend you? I will write a letter and scold her to wake her up. After saying this, he immediately wrote a letter with his divine essence and handed it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling took it indifferently and turned to leave. Sky River Water God, let me remind you again, don't play any tricks. If I die, you will never be able to get out. Even if your daughter obtains the prison, she doesn't know how to control it. Everything will be in vain. I know. My lord, I definitely wouldn't dare. Chapter 4540. Lin Ling's purpose for coming here was precisely for that letter. With this letter, White Water Pure Maiden would not dare to act recklessly. After that, Lin Ling left the prison and came to the outside world. The first thing he saw was the White Maiden practicing in the distance. She did not seem to care about the square prison at all. This woman is not that stupid after all. Lin Ling smiled. He knew that the White Maiden did not check the prison at all, and she did not dare to do so. Catch! Lin Ling then threw the letter from the Sky River Water God to her. The White Maiden took it and read it. Her expression changed drastically, and the way she looked at Lin Ling changed too. At first, she was half confident that Lin Ling knew her father, but now she was 100% sure, because the letter was left by her father, and he emphasized that she must not offend Lin Ling. Okay, let's cross the river. Lin Ling did not care what the White Maiden was thinking. He strode toward the Kaiyuan River. The White Maiden looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression and quickly followed him. With their strength, crossing the Kaiyuan River was undoubtedly easy. So during this process, Lin Ling once again entered a state of cultivation. He took out an ancient book and read it carefully. This was the clone of the true body. It came from Sima Ruochen. When Sima Ruochen created countless clones, even Lin Ling was shocked by his technique. One should know that Lin Ling had cultivated many cloning techniques in his life and had seen many of them. However, this was the first time he had seen someone like Sima Ruochen who could even clone with the strength of a god. Aside from the fact that his talent was not strong, his divine essence and divine power were both present. So after killing Sima Ruochen, Lin Ling focused on finding such techniques. Clone of the true body. Beside him, the White Maiden glanced at the book in Lin Ling's hand, then smiled and said, "This clone technique is the strongest. It can split almost 90% of the master's strength, and the number is endless." Lei Gong Lin Ling, where did you get this book? Do you need me to help you cultivate it? Do you want to refine it? There's no need. It's just an avatar of the true body. What's so difficult about cultivating it? Lin Ling shook his head. For Lei Gong Lin Ling to be able to become the youngest god in the 9 prefectures void, his comprehension must be extraordinary. I estimate that when we walk out of this Kaiyuan River, Lei Gong Lin Ling will definitely be able to cultivate his first clone. Being rejected by Lin Ling, Whitewater Pure Maiden did not mind. Although her words seemed to be flattery, in fact, there was a trace of disdain. She did not think that Lin Ling would fail in his cultivation. Although the avatar of the true body seemed powerful, there were conditions to cultivate it. Soul force, divine energy, physical strength, and comprehension of the great Tao, none of these could be lacking. In fact, this divine ability wasn't the rarest in the Age of the Gods. Many gods had books about it, but very few could cultivate more than 10 clones. Even Bai Shui, Su had cultivated it before, but she could only cultivate 3 clones. It wasn't very helpful, and in the end, Bai Shui, Su gave it to her. She abandoned it. As for Lin Ling, wanting to cultivate his first clone in such a short period of time after leaving the Kaiyuan River was undoubtedly very difficult. Lin Ling did not pay attention to her. He closed his eyes and walked forward. At the same time, he began to cultivate his avatar of the true body. In fact, Lin Ling was quite confident in cultivating this divine ability. This was because when he entered the prison, he had personally asked the Xianyuan treasure book how to cultivate it. In order to repay Lin Ling, the Xianyuan treasure book told him everything it knew. Therefore, there was no need to comprehend this divine ability. The only thing missing was whether or not he had the qualifications to cultivate it. However, Lin Ling's soul force, divine energy, and physical strength had all reached the standard. He could cultivate the most basic 3,000 clones. Just like this, Lin Ling continued to comprehend as he walked. His mind was constantly practicing, and he gradually became more familiar with this avatar of the true body. Time quietly passed. With pure White Maiden by his side, Lin Ling did not have to worry about danger. When the endless void began to appear in front of him, the void of the 9 continents was already in sight. At this time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how's your cultivation? Pure White Maiden immediately asked when she saw Lin Ling exit his cultivation state. SOSO. Lin Ling smiled and strode forward. SOSO. Thunder Lord Lin Ling, you don't have to worry too much about it. This external body incarnation is one of the most ancient physical body divine abilities. It's normal for someone to not be able to learn it in such a short time. You should know that I've also cultivated it before. It took me 300 years to learn it. I only managed to cultivate 3 clones. I couldn't comprehend the 4th, even if I went into seclusion for 100 years. My luck was pretty good. As far as I know, some gods cultivated for 1,000 years and only managed to cultivate a single clone. Pure White Maiden laughed when she saw Lin Ling leave. She guessed that Lin Ling must have failed in his cultivation. Otherwise, why would he leave so quickly? Obviously, he felt embarrassed. This made her feel a sense of satisfaction. This arrogant brat had finally kicked an iron plate. However, Lin Ling ignored her and walked faster and faster. He turned into a rainbow and wanted to rush out of the Kaiyuan River. His heart of martial arts is not solid enough. He can't bear such a small setback. Alas, it seems that I overestimated him. Pure White Maiden could understand Lin Ling's feelings. She knew that Lin Ling had failed in his comprehension, so he was angry from embarrassment. Roar! But at this time, countless water dragons rushed out from the river and intertwined with each other. They surrounded Lin Ling and ruthlessly strangled him. Lei Gong Lin Ling, even Pure Maiden Whitewater, couldn't react to this sudden change. She cursed inwardly. Thunderlord Lin Ling had failed in his cultivation, and his actions had become much more reckless. He had completely forgotten that they were still above the Kaiyuan River. The Kaiyuan River was still dangerous, and if they weren't careful, they could even kill Lin Ling. Roar! However, when she wanted to help, she was still too late. Countless water dragons drowned Lin Ling and completely strangled him. No! Pure White Maiden roared angrily. Her entire person was stunned above the Kaiyuan River as if she had lost her soul. She had finally found some news of her father. However, the person who knew her father's whereabouts had died before her eyes, just like that. This meant that wanting to know her father's whereabouts was probably harder than ascending to heaven. Thinking of this, she was both excited and disappointed. Ferocious divine essence erupted, blowing up all the nearby river water. However, the dead Lin Ling did not appear again. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you can't die, you trash. Where's my father? Where is my father? Staring at the river water that was constantly forming whirlpools, Pure White Maiden's face was full of disappointment and anger. You're the trash. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, making Pure White Maiden look back. Then, she was surprised to discover a figure slowly walking over from behind. Who could it be if not Lin Ling? You, why aren't you dead? I clearly saw you die before. This time, Pure White Maiden was quite shocked. She believed in her eyesight. The Lin Ling from before was indeed dead, but why did another Lin Ling appear? Chapter 45-41 Avatars of the True Body. In the past, Pure White Maiden cultivated for 300 years and only managed to cultivate 3 avatars. However, Lin Ling only cultivated for a single day, and he managed to cultivate 1 avatar. Unless someone instructs him on how to cultivate, and he reaches the standard of cultivation, his comprehension ability is incomparably terrifying. Staring at the approaching Lin Ling, Pure White Maiden's eyes continued to flicker. At this moment, she once again felt the mysteriousness of Lin Ling. One had to know that avatars of the true body were very useful in the ancient era. Many ancient great gods knew how to use these avatars to fight their enemies. Outside of a few limited abilities, this type of ability was truly invincible. This was why in the era of gods, countless gods yearned for this ability. Unfortunately, not many people were able to cultivate it successfully. Because of this avatar, Pure White Maiden didn't distinguish the real from the fake. This was because unless one paid close attention, it was very difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. You've succeeded. I underestimated you a bit. To be able to cultivate an avatar in such a short period of time, you're not simple. Pure White Maiden said to Lin Ling, continued to walk forward and shook his head with a smile. It's not an avatar. Behind him, another avatar immediately walked out. This avatar looked exactly the same as Lin Ling, but its clothes were different. It wore a golden robe with golden flames burning on its shoulders. Fellow Taoist. As for the golden robed Lin Ling who walked out, he also smiled and bowed towards Lin Ling. Fellow Taoist. Lin Ling also bowed. This was the power of avatars of the true body. These avatars had their own thoughts, just like a Tao tree blooming and bearing fruit. In fact, there were many types of avatars of the true body. Lin Ling cultivated the nascent soul, Tao physique. If a Tao tree grew, it would take 3,000 years to sprout, 3,000 years to bloom, and 3,000 years to bear fruit. And now, Lin Ling had cultivated to the realm of sprouting in 3,000 years. Of course, if it wasn't for the Xianyuan treasure book's reminder, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to succeed so quickly. Two avatars. Staring at the two Lin Ling, pure white maiden's eyes became more focused. She had to admit that she was inferior to him in terms of avatars of the true body. Although these avatars only had 90% of Lin Ling's strength because they had their own thoughts, their combat strength was not weak. They were much more powerful than the avatars she encountered in the past. Pure white maiden even knew that the strongest avatars of the true body could cultivate on their own, and this was the terrifying part of them. Think about it. The true bodies of the true body to cultivate of the true body to grow. The Xianyuan book didn't of. No wonder. Pure white maiden nodded. Then she suddenly asked, "How did you succeed?" "Someone taught me." "She has succeeded." So she told me everything she knew. She passed on all her insights to me. Lin Ling did not hide anything. This person, I'm afraid he has a powerful background. Pure white maiden was shocked. She was even more curious about Lin Ling. She knew that people who could cultivate avatars of the true body must have a powerful background. If they were not from the ancient times, then they must be from the age of gods. She never would have thought that a mere junior from the 9 prefectures void would know such an ancient figure. She also knew why Lin Ling did not panic when he saw her for the first time. Haha, although I'm a little surprised, I guess even the ancient times are no match for me. Then, pure white maiden smiled confidently. She did not want to lose face in front of Lin Ling. Maybe. Lin Ling did not comment. In his square prison, there were countless ancient giant beasts. Even pure white maiden's father was there. How could he not be as ancient as pure white maiden? It was just that Lin Ling was too lazy to talk about it. Your appearance and aura are too unique. You'd better hide it, Lin Ling suggested. Pure white maiden was an ancient deity who had survived the divine world. If others knew about her origin, they would be scared out of their wits. This would not be of much help to Lin Ling. On the contrary, it would be more effective to catch him off guard. As long as pure white maiden dived into the water, Lin Ling could see clearly who was going to harm him. Okay, white water pure maiden was the progenitor of the godly land of Broken Realm. She didn't want too many mortals to see her face, so she waved her hand and covered her face with a white veil. Her aura disappeared as well, and her cultivation became the same as Lin Ling's. That's the best. Lin Ling nodded and finally left the Kaiyuan River with pure white maiden. In the distance, the ancient void came into view. In the darkness, stars twinkled as if they were telling the secrets of this ancient void. Staring at the endless void, Lin Ling sighed in his heart. I'm finally back. The void of the 9 continents was vast and boundless. However, this was the place where Lin Ling grew up. Lin Ling also left behind countless footprints of his battles. In the past, he had a wish to soar in the void one day, and no one could stop him. Today, he had finally achieved it. If it was not for the appearance of the world consciousness, Lin Ling could have retired and returned to his hometown to live a carefree life. Unfortunately, the world consciousness was also Lin Ling's archenemy. It would not let Lin Ling live. Therefore, Lin Ling's goal was to fight with the world consciousness until the day he became the most ancient giant beast in the primordial era. Follow me. Lin Ling walked along the void. Pure white maiden, who was behind him, glanced at the void and nodded slightly. She was naturally familiar with the void of the 9 prefectures. When she was in the godly land of destruction all those years ago, she had always paid attention to the void of the 9 prefectures. Unfortunately, the void of the 9 prefectures was very weak at that time. Besides the 4 great gods, No one else was worth mentioning. Even the four great gods were only SOSO. However, now, the void of the nine continents had matured with countless gods. There were also many gods as powerful as orthodoxies. At some point in time, it was not much weaker than the broken divine land. This ancient void rose up after the god world was shattered. However, after its rise, it became unstoppable. Pure White Maiden thought. She looked at the man in front of her. She was very clear that among the rising stars of the nine continents, there was no one more terrifying than this man. Chapter 45-42. Lin Ling. I think you should hand over the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace and let everyone enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace together. But at this moment, the space in front of him turned illusory and a large number of experts appeared before him. Spirit Nation experts. There were about 50 of them, and 40% of them had the strength of a god, while 60% had the strength of a god. Moreover, these experts with the strength of a god were only slightly weaker than the Kirishin. Some of them were even weaker than the Kirishin. How much weaker? And the one leading them was Lord Ning. The Spirit Nation's method of nurturing gods is too powerful. Staring at the group of experts in front of him, Lin Ling did not panic, but sighed inwardly. Now, there were countless experts in the Leigong Hall. Other than Grandpa Treasure God, there was also the Giant Tortoise, Emperor Gajian Gang, Young Qilin, Big Brother, Young Yao, Dream Flow, and other gods. Even though their growth was fast, they could not compare to the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling, I heard that you returned from the godly land of the Broken Realm and found the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Therefore, I hope you will hand it over. Of course, our Spirit Nation will not take it for ourselves, but will share it with all of you. Lord Ning stared at Lin Ling and said again. His expression looked calm, but his heart was shocked because he realized that Lin Ling had reached the late-stage lower god realm. One must know that in the ear-holding Ox Cave not long ago, Lin Ling was only a mid-stage lower god. It seemed that any logic was useless against Lin Ling. Moreover, after Lin Ling's strength increased, although he suppressed it well and no one could see how strong he was, Lord Ning still felt a sense of pressure. It was as if the current Lin Ling was not much weaker than him and was the number 1 expert in the Leigong Hall on the same level as Nanwu, Fenyu Treasure God. How do you know that I have the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, How dare you speak to Lord Ning like that? Slap him. Suddenly, an angry roar came from behind Lord Ning. The one who spoke was a domineering young man. He was 2 meters tall and had long hair like lightning. His upper body was bare, but there were complicated runes on it. His strength was at the late-stage lower god realm. Lin Ling did not recognize this person. He should be a god that the Spirit Nation had recently nurtured. Lin Ling smiled. He ignored the young. What an arrogant Lei Gong Lin. The young man's eyes narrowed, while the gods by his side narrowed their eyes as well. And then their auras surged out like bearing fangs and brandishing claws. They had naturally heard of Thunder Lord Lin Ling's name, but they were gods of Ling Kingdom and felt that Lin Ling was only SOSO. Of's Lin Ling's was king, was of the Ling, this heavenly of the divine palace of the heavens, heavenly, divine of the gods of God realm. Lord Ning, you are a big shot of the Spirit Nation, aren't you? How can you allow your subordinate to speak so rudely? Lin Ling finally spoke at this moment, but Lord Ning still had a smile on his face. He faintly looked at Lin Ling, as if he wanted to know what sort of game Lin Ling was playing. However, he was about to be disappointed. The feeling the youth in front of him gave him was still as calm and confident as before. Although Lin Ling had reached the late-stage lower god realm, they had more gods on their side. Lord Ning had even personally come. Could Lin Ling stop them all by himself? No, there were 2 of them. However, the mysterious person behind Lin Ling was on par with Lin Ling in terms of strength. That was all there was to it. As expected of one of the 4 great gods, Lei Gong. Lei Gong is even more impressive than Lei Gong in the past. Lord Ning put away his thoughts and laughed loudly. slapped the person who spoke. Lin Ling's strength may not be as strong as mine, but he is still one of the 9 prefecture's 4 great deities. He called upon the 10,000 realms and unified the 9 prefectures. Do you think you are qualified to speak to him? My lord. The face of the young man who was reprimanded instantly changed. Was he going to slap him? He was a late-stage lower god, and so was Lin Ling. What qualifications did Lin Ling have to be higher than him? Slap him. Lord Ning did not waste any more words. His laughter turned cold. All right. The young man gritted his teeth and slapped himself a few times. After that, he looked at Lin Ling with bloodshot eyes. If looks could kill, Lin Ling would have been chopped into 1,000 pieces. Obviously, he was not convinced. You think you are qualified to speak to me with your status? No wonder you are just cannon fodder of the Spirit Nation and can't be a commander. Your intelligence needs to be recharged. Lin Ling looked at the young man mockingly and shook his head. He looked at Lord Ning and said, Lord Ning, how did you know that I have the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? I remember that not many people know of this secret. Do you want to know? Lord Ning looked at Lin Ling and said, as long as you share the key with us, I will tell you. The 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace hid a new world will host body. The great gods of the Spirit Nation naturally wanted to know. Haha, forget it if you don't want to say. Anyway, I was just casually asking. Hearing this, Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders. There is no harm in telling you. Lord Ning did not hide anything. The person who told us this information is Taoist of many treasures. It's him. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had been curious about who had exposed the secret. The people who knew this secret were from the Great Hall of Lei Gong and the Dragon Race. The people from the Great Hall of Lei Gong would definitely not say, so he thought it was the Dragon Race. Now, it seemed that he had wronged the Dragon Race. However, for Taoist of many treasures to know such a secret, this old man was too powerful. Not long ago, our great gods of the Spirit Nation found Taoist of many treasures. After a discussion, Taoist of many treasures calculated it. Lord Ning said, thank you. Lin Ling nodded and remembered this debt. This Taoist of many treasures dared to trick him, Lin Ling. He then looked at Lord Ning and said, this key was obtained by me with great difficulty. If you say you want to share it, then share it. Isn't this too cheap? Lin Ling, treasure god Nanwu Fengyu, that madman is not here. You dare to bargain with me? Lord Ning smiled, but his smile was filled with majesty. That's right. However, Lin Ling nodded without the slightest fear. This caused Lord Ning to look deeply at Lin Ling, his heart filled with emotion. Back in Spirit Light City, Lin Ling had been nothing more than a trial challenger. At that time, he had seen how outstanding Lin Ling was, and his heart had been moved. He had wanted to recruit Lin Ling, but in the end, he had failed. In the following days, he watched Lin Ling grow continuously. After that, the chaos on the island of the Spirit Nation, and then the battle of the gods in the Erox Cave. Lin Ling's talent was outstanding, and he not only led the Great Hall of Lei Gong to become famous, but also became an existence that the gods could not underestimate. And now, Lin Ling had the qualifications to bargain with him. Chapter 45-43. In their opinion, Lord Ning spoiled Lin Ling too much. That was why he was so easy to talk to. All right, I can use treasures to exchange for it. Tell me, what treasures do you want? At this moment, Lord Ning spoke again. His words made the gods even more indignant. I don't lack treasures for the time being. Furthermore, I don't think you can afford the treasures I want. Lin Ling shook his head. He needed treasures to open his 8th Dantian. However, it was obvious that the Spirit Nation couldn't afford such treasures. I want Lily Empress as an exchange. How about that? Lin Ling said again. Lily Empress? Lord Ning's expression didn't change. He smiled and said, didn't you kill her? Lord Ning, Lily Empress isn't dead. I know that too. Therefore, let's be frank. Lin Ling smiled. His words made Lord Ning's eyes narrow. Lily Empress wasn't dead. Not many people knew about this secret. How did Lin Ling know? Suddenly, a chill rose in his heart. The spirit nation had been secretly controlling Lin Ling. They knew Lin Ling's every move. However, he didn't expect that Lin Ling was also controlling the spirit nation's every move. How terrifying! Lord Ning felt a sense of terror rise in his heart. It was as if his entire body had been seen through by someone. Furthermore, the person who saw through him was a rising star. Since we're being frank, I'll be frank too. Lily Empress isn't dead. She was resurrected by the Almighty. If you want her, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Because, other than the Almighty of the Spirit Nation, I don't know where Lily Empress is and how she is now. Lord Ning said lightly. I guess you don't know either. How about this? Help me tell her that I, Lin Ling, am also waiting for her. I hope that she can come and see me within 3 years. I know that she's still alive. However, she must kill me in this lifetime. Lin Ling said to Lord Ning. 3 years? All right, I will pass on your message. However, speaking of 3 years, Lin Ling, there is something I should tell you. Within 3 years, there will definitely be experts from the Chaos Realm coming here. This is what the great god of the Spirit Nation told me. Furthermore, I do not know what their intentions are, but I can. I'm sure one of their targets is you. Lord Ning suddenly said. His words caused Lin Ling to frown. Although he had already guessed that there would be powerhouses coming from the Chaos Realm, in the end this was only a guess. Thank you for the reminder, but I think the great god of Spirit Nation is also one of the targets of the Chaos Realm. Lin Ling said with a smile. These seemingly casual words caused Lord Ning's heart to tremble once more. He discovered that nothing could be hidden from Lin Ling. Lin Ling was indeed a man who would become a king or a god. It's a pity that you did not bring Lily Empress here. Therefore, if you want to obtain the key to the 8th level, you will need to fulfill another condition. How about this? You let one of your people fight with me. If I lose, we will share the key. How about that? Lin Ling proposed after pondering for a moment. All right. Lord Ning agreed immediately. If Lin Ling lost, he would hand over the key. If Lin Ling won, he would not ask for anything. This proposal was very fair. He turned around and looked at the gods behind him. The gods wanted to give a try. All of them wanted to fight with Lei Gong Lin Ling and shake the Spirit Nation and the void of the 9 continents. Unfortunately, they also knew that this opportunity would depend on Lord Ning's decision. Xianxia, you're up. Lord Ning swept his gaze across and finally made a decision. The eyes of the gods who were called out lit up instantly. As for the other gods, they looked regretful, as if they had missed out on a great opportunity. However, the one to fight was Xianxia. They were convinced because this person's strength was monstrous. He was the strongest god among them, just below Lord Ning. As for the god named Xianxia, she was a woman. She wore a long robe of the Spirit Nation and had a cold expression. When she walked out, she looked at Lin Ling calmly. There was not a trace of contempt in her eyes. It could be seen that this person did not become a god only by luck. Xianxia greets Lei Gong. The woman cupped her hands slightly at Lin Ling. Thank you for letting me win. Since the other party was so polite, Lin Ling did not neglect her. The main reason was that he could sense that this woman was not weak. She was probably not much weaker than the Kirishin. The only flaw was that she was too young. Can we begin? Let's begin. The two of them exchanged a few words and then activated their divine origin. On the other hand, Lin Ling did not use his innate talent. He only activated his divine origin. However, it was still shocking because Lin Ling's divine origin was too dense. He was like an ancient god. On the other hand, Xianxia's divine origin was obviously not as strong as Lin Ling's. However, her talent was terrifying. She was a first-tier intermediate god. This was the reason why she could laugh at the gods. Lei Gong Lin Ling, because you are strong, I will not hold back. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Xianxia opened her hands, and a thunder swallow formed by thunder appeared behind her. The deafening sound of thunder was also heard. Looking at her arms, they were now covered in snakes of electricity. They were so powerful that even the void was torn apart. 110,000 divine points and an intermediate god's divine embryo. She is indeed not simple. Lin Ling nodded. Whoosh. Yin Xuanyang did not say anything else. She shot towards Lin Ling. Her hands were like knives, carrying lightning as they slashed towards Lin Ling. The terrifying thing was that her speed had reached 800,000 worlds. However, she did not know that Lin Ling's speed had reached 1,000,000 world speed even without using his innate talent. Bang! Ferocious thunder wings appeared behind Lin Ling's back. He moved his feet and dodged Yin Xuanyang's attack. Rumble! As soon as he disappeared, the void was slashed open by Yin Xuanyang. A huge crack appeared and unleashed an endless suction force, sucking in everything in the distance. Of course, this did not affect the gods. They were still staring at Lin Ling. What a fast speed! I'm afraid it is not slower than 800,000 world speed. I wonder if he has reached his limit. If he hasn't, then he is truly terrifying. The deities could only mutter to themselves, and their contempt for Lin Ling also lessened by a notch. 3 swallows opened the way. However, after Yin Xuanyang missed her attack, she caught up with Lin Ling. She crossed her arms and slashed towards Lin Ling again. Bang! Lin Ling threw out a punch to counter the intersecting slash. After the collision, a terrifying shockwave burst out. After the collision, Yin Xuanyang was shocked by the density of Lin Ling's divine energy. She did not know if Lin Ling had used his full strength. However, as the most dazzling god, her strength was not to be underestimated. After her attack failed, she shouted angrily, "Virgin Sparrow, go!" Lightning suddenly burst out from her crossed arms and wreaked havoc in the void. Crackle! The void turned into a pool of lightning. Lin Ling, who was in the pool of lightning, showed a painful expression. Then, everything was destroyed. Dead? Chapter 45-44. Oh no! Yin Xuanyang's pupils constricted. He could not react in time and was hit by Lin Ling's finger. Bang! 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 After a series of explosions, Yin Xuanyang, who was hit by Lin Ling's finger, turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. How could he be so powerful? Didn't Lin Ling die earlier? How did he suddenly appear behind Yin Xuanyang? What a terrifying finger. I'm afraid his divine energy has reached a level where it can destroy everything. Yin Xuanyang lost. This sudden turn of events had undoubtedly caused all the gods to gasp, because even though the battle between the two of them seemed to have only lasted for a short period of time, the level of danger within it had long since exceeded their imaginations, and it had even exceeded the scope of their ability to endure. It could be seen that Lei Gong Lin Ling was much stronger than them. Only Lord Ning had an unfathomable smile on his face. However, almost at the same time, Lin Ling spoke calmly. What a powerful talent. I almost missed it. Lei Gong Lin Ling, your eyesight is also very good. I thought I could hide it from you, but it seems that it's impossible. Just as Lin Ling finished his words, the lightning in the void reassembled and a figure appeared quietly. It was Yin Xuanyang. At this moment, not only was she fine, but her aura was also twice as strong as before. This change shocked all the gods once again. This was because Lin Ling and Yin Xuanyang were both illusionary and illusory at the same time. No one could tell which was real and which was fake. Previously, Lin Ling was clearly defeated. However, Lin Ling turned the tables and killed Yin Xuanyang. When everyone thought that Yin Xuanyang was defeated, Yin Xuanyang appeared again. Not only was she fine, but her strength was also twice as strong. As expected of a god who was personally taught by a god of the spirit nation, a god said in admiration, if not for the appearance of Luli Empress, Yin Xuanyang would have been cultivating with a god of the spirit nation. Unfortunately, that opportunity was snatched away by Luli Empress. Someone else said, gods who can be personally taught by the great god of the spirit kingdom are existences that cannot be underestimated. To date, there are no more than 50 gods who have been personally taught by the great god of the spirit kingdom. Everyone else had a look of reverence on their faces. They now knew why Yin Xuanyang was given such an important position. As Lin Ling listened to the gods, His gaze also landed on Yin Sunyang. He knew that Yin Sunyang was the strongest among the gods. Lei Gong Lin Ling, in this lifetime, I will never lose to the same move twice. Previously, you killed me with a single finger. This move is no longer effective against me. At this moment, Yin Xuanyang also spoke coldly. Really? Lin Ling shook his head. Although I don't know what kind of divine ability you use to suddenly increase your strength, if I want to defeat you, it's still just a finger technique. I hope you can still say that later. Yin Xuanyang nodded. She had learned from the previous battle that Lin Ling possessed heaven-defying strength among late-stage low gods. Unless one possessed a mid-god divine embryo, one would not be qualified to fight him. Return of the Great Tao. Yin Xuanyang no longer concealed her trump card. Boom, boom, boom. Following her voice, her divine energy surged crazily, and so did her divine energy. It had actually reached 200,000. Countless lightning swallows were flying around her as though she was the swallow's nest. These lightning swallows were not to be underestimated, as they could easily obliterate gods. Divine steps. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. That's right. My divine steps can double my attack power, Yin Xuanyang said proudly without hiding anything. With your current strength, I'm afraid that even the Kyushin cannot defeat you. If placed in the void of the 9 prefectures, it wouldn't be difficult for you to become the 5th god. Lin Ling continued. Unfortunately, your divine steps have a time limit. Lin Ling's words made Yin Xuanyang frown. She did not expect Lin Ling to see through her trick. However, she smiled proudly and said, "So what if I know? Although it's only for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, with my strength doubled, it's more than enough for me to defeat you. The current me, other than seniors like Lord Ning, among late-stage low gods, I can defeat you. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I'll give you a chance to admit defeat. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die." Hee, why don't you think that I'm already a senior like Lord Ning? Lin Ling smiled. No one knew that he was already stronger than Black Deity and the others even before he had reached the late-stage lower deity realm, let alone now. After all, he did not have the ability to fuse his innate talents. Of course, he still did not need to fuse his innate talents when facing Yin Xuanyang. Shameless boasting. Yin Xuanyang said no more. Her body trembled, and the lightning sparrows on her body pounced on Lin Ling. Her speed reached 1,000,000 world speed, and her strength reached 200,000 strands of godly energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Ling's speed exploded as he dodged the lightning sparrows. But soon, a large number of lightning sparrows arrived, leaving Lin Ling with no way out. Split. At such a crucial moment, Lin Ling no longer held back. His avatars burst out. Bang, bang, bang. Countless of Lin Ling's avatars appeared and fought against the lightning sparrows. From afar, it was as though a large group of ancient gods had suddenly appeared. This Lin Ling has cultivated 3,000 avatars. Lord Ning's body trembled when he saw those avatars. Of course, compared to his surprise, Pure Maiden, who was watching from afar, was even more surprised, because only she knew how long Lin Ling had cultivated the clones of avatars, and he'd actually cultivated 3,000 clones in such a short period of time. Boom, boom. However, the 3,000 avatars had 90% of Lin Ling's strength. Obviously, they were not enough to withstand 200,000 strands of godly energy. Hence, the avatars continued to explode. Fellow cultivators disperse. Okay. The remaining avatars spoke to each other and then scattered in all directions. Trying to escape? Yin Xuanyang knew that she had very little time. Hence, she had to use this time to defeat Lin Ling. She urged more lightning sparrows to pursue Lin Ling. Boom! One avatar exploded. Bang! Another avatar exploded. Bang! 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 More and more avatars exploded. Yin Xuanyang's divine steps was an attack-type technique. However, it was obviously very terrifying and heaven-defying. It was definitely at the elementary level. especially when combined with her innate talent. Her strength was incomparably ferocious. Lei Gong Linling can't resist at all. Of course. Just you wait. If Linling doesn't admit defeat, he'll definitely die. Those avatars actually have their own thoughts. That's really impressive. However, there are fewer and fewer of them now. The gods in the distance stared fixedly at the intense battle, their emotions surging with excitement. Boom! As the last avatar exploded, the entire void once again belonged to Lin Ling. Did I win? Yin Xuanyang could feel the power of the divine steps weakening. She revealed an excited smile. That's not necessarily true. Now is your weakest moment. Sorry, you've lost. However, at this moment, a figure strangely walked out of the void and pointed a finger at Yin Xuanyang. Chapter 45:45. Could it be that all the clones from before were fake in order to exhaust Yin Sunyang's energy? When Yin Sunyang was at his weakest, this Lei Gong launched a fatal attack. Looking at the sudden arrival of Lin Ling, a god said solemnly. His heart was pounding like thunder. These two people's combat power and battle experience were too rich. Their strength also surpassed the gods, so that kind of battle was not something they could understand. Yin Sunyang was taught by the gods of Spirit Nation, but he was still defeated by Lin Ling. This Lei Gong is really not simple. The discussions seemed to be slow, but in fact, it happened in an instant. At the same time, they sighed and shook their heads. They did not expect Yin Zhuwi to lose. It's not over yet. Experienced hunters know that the counterattack of the prey before death is the most terrifying. Yin Sunyang is not an ordinary hunter. How could he not know the counterattack of the prey? Only Lord Ning's eyes flickered slightly. What a powerful clone. It's hard to distinguish the real from the fake. This should be Lei Gong's ultimate trump card. Unfortunately, I have been waiting for you in the end. At this moment, Yin Sunyang slowly turned around. Her cold voice floated out from her mouth. Her strength, which had been retreating, suddenly increased again. Similarly, she pointed out a finger. Her finger was like a thunderbolt as it blasted out. Her divine energy skyrocketed again, restoring her strength to twice its previous level. What? This sudden scene caused the gods' faces to change drastically. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This sentence appeared in their minds. Bang! The two fingers collided in the void. A destructive force gushed out in all directions. Lin Ling's attack was obviously unable to block Yin Sunyang's attack. After the collision, his finger instantly cracked. At the same time, Yin Sunyang's thunderbolt finger appeared in front of Lin Ling's neck. It was as if she could take Lin Ling's life with one move. My god steps have double my strength. Unless you are an intermediate god, you will not be able to block my finger. Even if a senior like Kirishin was here, he would not be able to reverse the situation. Therefore, Lei Gong Lin Ling, you have lost. Yin Sunyang pointed her finger at Lin Ling and said indifferently. Endless thunderbolts were wreaking havoc at her finger. The attack caused Lin Ling's body to twitch. His face was very pale, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. I can't accept this. Lin Ling raised his head and said, gritted his teeth. You can't accept this because your name has shaken the void. You can't accept losing to a nameless person like me. Unfortunately, although I, Yin Sunyang, am a nameless person, my foundation is not weak. Not only have I received guidance from the great god of the Spirit Nation, I also came from the era of the gods. I am a divine fetus left behind after the twilight of the gods. However, due to the impact of the War of the Gods, my divine fetus was not born. 100,000 years ago, the great god of the Spirit Nation stepped into the realm of the gods and brought me back. He then awakened me and trained me. You can say that I am a spirit, a chess piece hidden in the dark by the Spirit Nation. Now, you understand? Yin Sunyang said indifferently. She was actually a god from the era of the gods. However, at that time, she had not been born. However, she already possessed the bloodline and inheritance of the gods. This was also the first time she revealed her origin, causing the gods of the distance to be shocked. No wonder Yin Sunyang was able to surpass them time and time again despite his ordinary appearance. It turned out that Yin Sunyang's origin was actually so terrifying. Admit defeat. Although you are the most wanted criminal in the Spirit Nation and I should kill you, Lord Ning is a man of his word. We have agreed that the key will be decided by the outcome of the battle. Therefore, I will spare your life. Yin Sunyang said again. Lei Gong Linling, you have lost. Lord Ning smiled faintly. He was not surprised by this result. This was because he knew that when Yin Sunyang activated the steps of the gods, even he would have to avoid it, let alone Lin Ling. Now that he had witnessed Lin Ling's defeat, if Lin Ling's mentality was not good, it was possible that he would lose his will to fight. Thinking of this, Lord Ning nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak again, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Suddenly, the space behind Lord Ning was torn apart. A figure walked out slowly with a majestic aura and pointed a finger at Yin Sunyang. Yin Sunyang did not notice this sudden change. When she reacted, she felt a chill on the back of her neck, as if she had been hit by a finger. Of course, it was just a touch. It did not attack her. You have lost. At the same time, a cold voice was heard, causing Yin Sunyang to tremble. She could not help but stare at Lin Ling in front of her. The originally pained Lin Ling smiled and said, I'm sorry, but this is not my real body. Yin Sunyang turned around and saw a cold man standing behind her. It was Lin Ling. This was the real Lin Ling. It turned out that the Lin Ling in front of her was also a fake. The real Lin Ling had just surfaced. With just one look, Yin Sunyang's body trembled. True and false, false and true. This was the true case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Just when she thought she had cleared the clouds and seen the blue sky, the real blue sky had just appeared. How could I have lost? Yin Sunyang mumbled to herself, as if she could not believe the result in front of her. She had awakened the steps of God at a young age and was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. However, the great God of Spirit Nation told her that she could not be born before becoming a god. Therefore, she had waited for this day for a long time. Under the guidance of the great God of Spirit Nation, she had learned to endure and accumulate strength. She thought that since she had followed Lord Ning to the void of the 9 prefectures, she would be able to make a great contribution and shake the entire void of the 9 prefectures. However, who knew that she would still lose, and lose miserably? Yinzi, compared to Luli Empress, what you lack is a kind of foundation. This kind of foundation has nothing to do with your strength or talent. If you want to make an example, then it's fate. It's fine if you meet an ordinary person, but if you meet a real god, then you will lose. Yin Sunyang also remembered what the great God of Spirit Nation said to her. It meant that her strength and future were limitless. However, compared to the gods at the front line, she lacked a bit of foundation and a bit of fate. Of course, Yin Sunyang did not believe this. She thought that fate was in her own hands and that she could change any fate. Moreover, she was a god's fetus left behind from the age of gods, whose fate could compare to hers. However, fate had told her that she had lost. She had lost to a seemingly ordinary person, but with an extraordinary identity, Lei Gong Lin Ling. I lost. Yin Sunyang raised her head and finally said unwillingly. She knew that if she did not admit defeat, Lin Ling's finger would pierce through her neck. In the current situation, she obviously could not resist. Most importantly, the power of her steps of God had weakened and was not enough for her to fight against Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and withdrew his finger. Chapter 45-46. This is the result of everyone's hard work. Lin Ling also bowed slightly to him. Then I'll take my leave first. That doppelganger seemed to be Lin Ling's friend. After saying that, it exploded and disappeared. Lin Ling also looked at Lord Ning and said with a smile, Lord Ning, thank you for letting me win. After saying that, he walked towards White Water Maiden. White Water Maiden also quietly looked at Lin Ling walking over. She was still shocked because Lin Ling had cultivated 3,000 doppelgangers. Most importantly, The time required to cultivate 3,000 doppelgangers was only 1 day. She couldn't help but be curious about the ancient figure behind Lin Ling. Could it be Lin Ling's master? Lin Ling, wait. Suddenly, Lord Ning's voice sounded. Lin Ling also stopped in his tracks and looked at Lord Ning indifferently. Lord Ning seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. His face gradually turned cold. Lord Ning, you want me to leave the key behind, right? Seeing Lord Ning's expression, Lin Ling could guess what was going on. He smiled and said, "Didn't I say that Lord Ning is a man of his words? Why are you going back on your words after losing?" This sentence was like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into Lord Ning's heart. This was because he really wanted to snatch Lin Ling's key. After all, the great god of Spirit Nation had instructed him to get the key to the 8 gods' heavenly palace no matter what. Now that he returned empty-handed, he couldn't report back. Although going back on his words was different from Lord Ning's principles. In his heart, the Spirit Nation would always be the number one. That's right, share the key with us. Lord Ning suddenly gritted his teeth and said shamelessly for the first time, "Lei Gong, hand over the key." The other gods also threw caution to the wind and said shamelessly. They had many experts here, but there were only 2 Lin Ling. If they still could not bring back the key, they would be too ashamed to face anyone in the Spirit Kingdom. Looking at the restless crowd, Lin Ling calmly smiled. "Lord Ning, I can tell you that it is impossible for you to obtain my key. But if you really want to go back and report to your superiors, then on account of the help you gave me in Spirit Light City, I can tell you other methods." Hearing this, Lord Ning laughed contemptuously and said with a ferocious expression, "Is that so? Unfortunately, I want your key. Let me give you a word of advice. If you really make a move, you will be the ones to suffer." Lin Ling was not afraid. "Attack." Lord Ning didn't waste any more words. He summoned all the gods to attack. Yin Xuanyang was the only one who did not make a move. She felt that she had lost to Lin Ling and was too ashamed to fight against Lin Ling. After Lord Ning gave the order, he took the lead and pounced on Lin Ling. Terrifying divine vitality was spat out, forming a dazzling light around his body like a sea urchin. Behind him, the other gods also went all out, and none of them held back. "Attack!" Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head and said to the White Maiden. The White Maiden nodded and said disdainfully, "A bunch of ants who overestimate themselves." However, the conversation between the two almost made the other gods laugh. "Attack?" The 2 of them wanted to fight against so many of them? What a fool. Even Lord Ning's face was full of sarcasm. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that the one who attacked was the mysterious woman. Not only did Lin Ling not attack, but he also took a step back. One person wanted to fight against so many gods. Lord Ning was a little dumbfounded. Not to mention the woman. Even Lin Ling could not stop all of them. Splash! But at this moment, the White Maiden gently waved her arm, and the water of the heavenly river flooded over, mixed with terrifying power, and rushed toward Lord Ning and the others. The rolling river water was like thousands of horses galloping. The power was so strong that it did not seem to come from the void of the 9 states, but from the era of the gods. In the river water, the power of the gods seemed to be endless. Oh no! Lord Ning's expression changed instantly. He wanted to dodge, but it was obviously too late. Rumble! When the heavenly river rushed over, Lord Ning, who was the fastest, could not control his body and was sent flying backward. He was submerged in the river water and spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind him, the gods who wanted to harm Lin Ling all changed their expressions and burst out with terrifying speed, wanting to escape from the heavenly river. Rumble! However, they were also submerged in the heavenly river and could not withstand a single blow. "Don't kill him." At this time, Lin Ling also reminded. He was shocked by the White Maiden's strength, because even Lin Ling would find it difficult to defeat Lord Ning with his full strength. However, the White Maiden only needed one move. "They want to harm you. Why don't you kill them?" The White Maiden said coldly. "Lord Ning is Grandpa Treasure God's opponent. Leave him to Grandpa Treasure God." Lin Ling turned and left. The White Maiden curled her lips. To her, Lord Ning and the others were just ants. In the Spirit Nation, only the great god of the Spirit Nation made her afraid. However, since Lin Ling did not allow her to kill them, she was too lazy to do so. Count yourselves lucky. Whitewater Pure Maiden stared into the distance with disdain. She also followed Lin Ling. Rumble. The rolling water of the heavenly river rolled in the void, pushing Lord Ning and the others further and further away. They were almost at the Kaiyuan River, but the river water began to weaken. In the boiling water, Lord Ning and the others floated up and down, looking very miserable, especially Lord Ning. His hair was messy and his clothes were torn. It was probably the first time in his life that he was in such a sorry state. Most importantly, the other party only waved her hand, and he ended up like this. If she wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping her hand. The river water gradually dissipated in all directions. Lord Ning and the others floated in the void, as if they had just survived a disaster. They were all dumbstruck, as if they had not reacted yet. Good, strong. After a long time, Lord Ning said in a dignified voice, Lord Ning, who is that woman? Isn't her strength a little too terrifying? She defeated all of us by herself. Could it be that she is a middle god? After the gods recovered from their shock, they all spoke. Lord Ning looked deeply at Lin Ling's departure, and his heart became more serious. Now, there were several experts in the Leigong Hall. Nan Wu Fingyu, treasure god, the mysterious woman from before, and the missing Saint Gi. The Leigong Hall was not to be underestimated. Let's go back. Not daring to stay any longer, Lord Ning led the others away. However, when they returned to the void, they saw a piece of paper floating in the void. Other than that, there was only Yin Sun-yang. She did not make a move before, so the White Maiden did not touch her. Lord Ning, are you all okay? Yin Sun-yang immediately asked when she saw the others coming back. Is this left by Lin Ling? Lord Ning did not answer Yin Sun-yang's question. Instead, he stared at the piece of paper, waved his right hand, and received it. After looking at it carefully, his face changed. On the paper, it said that the other key was known by Taoist Duo Bao. Chapter 45-47. Taoist Myriad Treasure said that Lin Ling has the key to the 8th floor, but Lin Ling also said that Taoist Myriad Treasures has the key to the 8th floor. This Lin Ling is definitely paying back an eye for an eye. However, I'll trust Lin Ling this time and let Great God ask him. Lord Ning left with everyone. In fact, his guess was right. Taoist Myriad Treasures wanted to harm him. So how could Lin Ling not do anything? Thus, Lin Ling was also paying back an eye for an eye. At this time, Lin Ling brought White Pure Maiden closer and closer to the final world. Lin Ling looked at the ancient continent and suddenly smiled at White Pure Maiden. White Pure Maiden, I heard that you sing very well. Why don't you sing a song? Not everyone can listen to my songs. White Pure Maiden coldly snorted. Only Lin Ling could think of making an intermediate god like her sing. Didn't this servant listen to Master's words? Singing a song is already so difficult, yet you still want to help me? I think you should go back to the broken domain, godly land. Lin Ling immediately smiled and said, Only this time, there won't be a next time. White Pure Maiden fiercely clenched her teeth and finally compromised. Gentlemen, please listen carefully for me. Bells, drums, and jade are not expensive. I only hope that you will be drunk forever and never wake up. Since ancient times, sages have been lonely. Only those who drink leave their names behind. Kings of Chun used to hold banquets of peace and joy, drinking 10,000 cups of wine. Why do people say less? Listen carefully. Gentlemen, please don't stop drinking. Spend all your money and leave your name behind. You'll be drunk forever and never wake up. Don't say that sages are lonely. There will always be time that is hard to pass. Don't say that the past days are bitter. Once the morning sun breaks through the smoke basket, let's drink another cup. The horizon is meaningless. There are not many words. You travel east with your sword. I pass by on a white horse. The melodious voice drifted with the wind and spread throughout the entire void. Lin Ling quietly listened. His heart was incomparably tranquil. A bit of carefreeness and boldness poured into his heart. You travel east with your sword. I pass by on a white horse. When the song ended, Lin Ling couldn't help but praise. He recalled the time when he was in the ancient Face sect, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and the sacred ground of the rainforest. A pot of wine, a sword, unfettered under the heavens. Let's go home. Lin Ling laughed and shot towards the final world, finally returning to the void where Lei Gong's palace was located. Lord Lei Gong. When Lin Ling returned, everyone was very happy. Lin Ling inspected the void. Everything was fine, and it was even more prosperous than before. After a long time, in the discussion hall of Lei Gong's great hall, Lin Ling sat at the head of the table. Below him were all the experts in Lei Gong's great hall. Everyone was looking at Lin Ling with eyes full of awe. Of course, they also saw the mysterious woman beside Lin Ling. They discovered that she was a late-stage low god, a god. Now, I have the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' celestial palace. Lin Ling looked at everyone. Of course, most of them were looking at the giant ghost. Without a doubt, the giant ghost was very excited because he wanted to return to the 8 gods' celestial palace and see his master one last time. However, within these 3 years, I don't plan to enter. But at this time, Lin Ling spoke again. Then he saw the confusion on everyone's face and explained, because in these 3 years, there will be experts coming. For safety reasons, I will enter the 8 gods' celestial palace after this matter is over. Lin Ling, where did these experts come from? Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu immediately asked. I think they are from the Chaos World. Lin Ling recalled Lord Ning's words and explained. Chaos World, they are indeed coming. Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu had heard of the Chaos World when he was in the Xianxia cave, so he wasn't surprised. Because the trip to the 8 gods' celestial palace will take a long time. If we leave, no one knows what will happen. Moreover, the Chaos World is an unknown world. We have no clue what kind of experts they will send here. Therefore, it is best to wait for them here. Lin Ling added. All right. I'll listen to Lord Lei Gong. Everyone understood Lin Ling's meaning and nodded. Lin Ling also looked at the giant ghost with an apologetic expression. It's fine. We have waited for so many years. Another 2 or 3 years won't make a difference. The giant ghost also knew the importance of 3 years, so he waved his hand at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded, then looked at Young Qilin and said, Young Qilin, go find the Kirishin, Titanic Crescent God, and the others. Tell them about this so that they can prepare in advance. Now that Lin Ling was the leader of the 4 gods, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't hide anything. Before the experts arrived, the 9 continents void would be unified. Of course, even so, he still felt some pressure. This was because Lin Ling didn't know what kind of experts were in the Chaos World. From the experts that appeared in the Xianxia cave, the Chaos World's strength must be beyond imagination. In the following days, Lin Ling didn't go anywhere. He stayed in Lei Gong's hall to cultivate. Occasionally, he would give pointers to his son, and occasionally accompany Yu and the others. His days were very peaceful. As for White Maiden, she didn't leave Lin Ling's hall, nor did she stay in Lei Gong's hall. Instead, she found a quiet place in the void to cultivate. Of course, she was also a little shocked by this vast void. She didn't know where Lin Ling found this place. Although there wasn't any spiritual energy in this void, she knew that if she used it properly, spiritual energy would be born in a place without spiritual energy. At that time, another void of the 9 prefectures would be born. Of course, this was easier said than done. At least with White Maiden's strength, she couldn't do this. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to White Maiden. During this period of time, he had been cultivating, but his progress was slow. This allowed Lin Ling to finally experience the feeling of being stuck at a bottleneck. However, Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry. He continued to accompany Yu and the others every day. He also sent out scouts to pay attention to the 9 continents void. On this day, a scout finally replied. A large number of experts had appeared in Yuzhou. Lin Ling even recognized the 2 leaders. They were the underworld demon sealer and other experts. These guys have appeared again. It seems that the storm is coming. Lin Ling knew that the underworld demon sealer and other experts wouldn't appear for no reason. In fact, after the underworld demon sealer and other experts appeared, another sensational news came. The Ox Demon Clan of the Ji Air Ox Cave had appeared. The seal of the Ji Air Ox Cave seemed to have been completely broken. All the demons had arrived in the 9 continents void. Of course, in this chaotic situation, the Spirit Nation naturally came as well. Eugene also transmitted a message to Lin Ling, saying that they had discovered Luli Empress in the 9 continents void. Clearly, Lord Ning had passed Lin Ling's verbal order to Luli Empress. Therefore, the latter didn't hide anything and openly came to the 9 continents void. Her appearance was definitely filled with confidence, and her current strength was probably not weak at all. Let's go. Our Leigong Hall should also surface. Chapter 45-48. This was the place where all the heroes of the 9 states appeared. Unexpectedly, they all gathered in the Spirit Province. It was as if someone had spread the news that an ancient god would appear in the Spirit Province. With so many experts appearing, the Spirit Province was in chaos. Most of the cultivators had left the Spirit Province, but there were still some who stayed behind. They wanted to see what was happening in the Spirit Province because they believed that the 4 gods wouldn't allow anything to happen to the Spirit Province. The cultivators of the Spirit Province are really stupid. They don't even know that the gods aren't so fun to watch. Men, kill all the cultivators of the Spirit Province. Now, there were many gods gathered in the Spirit Capital. They were all wearing heavy armors that emitted terrifying dark chi. Looking through the armors, one would find that there was nothing inside. It was very strange. After receiving the order, they walked out from a restaurant and their armors started to peel off. Then, they were shrouded in blue mist and flew away in different directions. Oh, what is this? No. At the same time, cries of pain could be heard. Those who were touched by the armor couldn't get rid of it, and their life force was being sucked away. Put on. More and more cultivators fell to the ground. What was even more terrifying was that these cultivators died peacefully, as if they weren't tortured at all. Dead. Headmaster Liu is dead. Far away, the passers-by stared at the fallen cultivators with pale faces. They died just like that. It was too strange. Xiao. However, the armors were still flying in the air like a swarm of locusts. Where is the Realm Monarch? The Spirit Province is in chaos now. Why isn't he here yet? Realm Monarch, please use your ancient power to suppress the enemies. The cultivators were panicking, and they shouted at the sky, hoping that the strongest celestial monarch of the Spirit Province would help them. Boom! However, a loud explosion came from the sky, and a huge palace was shattered. It was pierced through by a broken piece of armor, and that was the ancient power. The ancient power controlled by the Realm Monarch was also shattered, and this shocked the cultivators. Pong! Then a figure fell from the sky, and when they looked closely, it was the Realm Monarch of the Spirit Province. Even the Celestial Monarch who ruled over the Spirit Province couldn't stop those strange armors. It was obvious that the Spirit Province was in danger. Beneath the gods, everything was just an ant. At this moment, this fact was clearly displayed. Pong. In just a short period of time, a corner of the vast Spirit Province was turned into a dead city. Looking carefully, the streets, alleys, restaurants, and inns were filled with people who were sleeping. Or more accurately, they were people who died in their sleep. A strange wind quietly pervaded the air. If there were still people alive who witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Marshal Uncle Xing quickly. A middle-aged man beside the old man said worriedly, I don't know. I haven't seen that guy for many years. I don't know where he is now. The old man laughed bitterly. Aren't you his master? See if you have a way to inform him. The middle-aged man said again, I have a way to find him, but it will take some time. Look at the current situation. By the time I inform him, it will be too late. The old man shook his head helplessly. Someone heard the old man's words and asked curiously, "Martial Uncle Xing, who is Lin Ling? Can he help us?" Even if that Lin Ling is here, he will still die. Lin Ling? What a familiar name. Could be Lei Gong Lin Ling? But why would Lei Gong Lin Ling care about our lives? He is a god. At first, no one knew who Lin Ling was, but they gradually realized who he was. The middle-aged man saw that his disciple was nagging and immediately reprimanded. What do you know? In fact, Lei Gong Lin Ling was Martial Uncle Xing's disciple back then. Only the sect leader and a few elders know about this. Ah, Martial Uncle Xing is Lei Gong Lin Ling's master? What kind of joke is this? Obviously, no one believed it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. The old man waved his hand and stopped talking about this topic. He was Xianxia Yun of the Spirit Province, the master who brought Lin Ling out of the Green Province back then. However, he rarely saw Lin Ling after that. To avoid becoming a burden to Lin Ling, he rarely told others that he was Lin Ling's master. Moreover, Lin Ling was now one of the 4 great gods, and he was only an elder of a sect. No one would believe him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, at that moment, several armor fragments locked onto them and shot down from the sky. Some of these armor fragments were boxing gloves, while others were knee pads. However, they were all wrapped in a wisp of blue light and emitted an evil aura. If one was touched by it, they would definitely die. We're being targeted. Quick, quick, quick. Everyone's expression changed drastically. However, with their speed, how could they escape the pursuit of the armor in the sky? I'm afraid we're going to die. Everyone's hearts were dead. They never thought that they would encounter such a disaster on their rare trip to the Spirit Province. Sir, this is the void of the 9 province, not the underworld. However, at that moment, a dazzling golden light bloomed in the sky. A dragon roared and swept across the armor. The huge dragon tail swept across, and with a few bangs, the armor was all turned into dust. At the same time, countless divine dragons appeared in the sky above the Spirit Province. Their dazzling light illuminated this part of the world. Dragon, this is a real dragon. All the warriors in the Spirit Province knelt down. They were shocked and excited. The dragon race of the Kaiyuan River? Almost at the same time, a hoarse voice sounded from a certain direction in the city. Then, a silent gray light rushed into the sky, causing the entire city to shake. Then, a large number of figures floated in the sky. These people were all wearing armor, but their faces couldn't be seen clearly. It was as if they were all underworld knights. Only 2 of them were comparable to humans, but their auras were a bit terrifying. Chapter 45-49. Hee, looks like the news spread by the Taoist of many treasures has reached the Kaiyuan River. Even the Dragon Clan has come. You must be the dragon god of the Dragon Clan. In the distance, the underworld berserker stared at the dragon god with a smile. He was more or less curious about a legendary figure like the dragon god. You also received news from the Taoist of many treasures? The dragon god narrowed his eyes at the underworld berserker. There are quite a few gods who have received this news. Just wait, there will be even more gods coming. The underworld berserker said sinisterly. Let's not talk about this for now. You are an ancient god, so why are you killing these mortals? The dragon god asked again. What does it have to do with the dragon clan that I'm killing these mortals? Everyone below the gods are ants. Who knows how many people die in the void every day? Why don't you care? The underworld berserker said disdainfully. Although he was facing the dragon god, he was clearly not afraid. I don't care about other places, but this is Brother Lin Ling's territory. You killed his people here, so I have to care. The dragon god immediately said, his voice becoming colder. Since when did the noble dragon clan have a relationship with Lin Ling? This Lin Ling isn't strong at all, but he's good at making connections. However, since you don't want to kill them, I'll kill them. Anyway, waiting for an ancient god is boring. So let's play. The underworld berserker pointed at the ground. The underworld berserker around him exploded, turning into countless sets of armor that flooded the ground. Dragon Clan, heed my order. Destroy them. The dragon god saw how arrogant the underworld berserker was, so he no longer gave him any face. Roar! Countless dragon gods swooped down from the sky, sweeping away the armor. These dragon gods were so powerful that they immediately shattered the armor, causing the underworld berserker's expression to turn ugly. The dragon tribe really knows how to flatter. In the past, I didn't see you meddling in the matters of the void of the 9 regions. Now that the Thunder God Palace has risen, you are flattering the Thunder God Palace like dogs. It's really ugly. However, others may be afraid of the dragon tribe, but I am not. However, at that moment, the ground in the distance shook. Demons danced wildly, and a large number of mad bulls rushed over, as if they were about to destroy the entire spirit province. Ear-Ox Cave, Ox Demon Clan. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the endless raging bulls, a gigantic ox demon that towered into the clouds strode forward. With each step, the spirit province trembled, and the ground continued to crack. Demons, 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 demons. The underworld berserker, the continent's warriors were demons, of course. They had never seen such a seen demon like this. In the sky, there were ancient dragons. On the ground, there were bull demons that came out of nowhere. There were also ghost-like armors. The spirit province had become a living hell. In the end, the cultivators of the spirit state were not gods, and they could not defend against the apocalyptic methods of these gods. It's you, old ox. The dragon god recognized the Ox Demon Clan's leader, and his expression darkened. With the Ox Demon Clan joining the fray, the Dragon Clan would have a hard time fighting against 2 gods at the same time. Dragon Clan, I'm here to help you. However, there were many gods in the spirit province. Suddenly, a large number of Taoists in immortal robes appeared in the distance. They stepped on rainbow-colored lights and flew over quickly. They were from the 10 orthodoxies. The demon sealer of the underworld and the Ox Demon Tribe's clan leader narrowed their eyes when they saw the 10 orthodoxies. Back in the Xianxia Ox Cave, they'd seen the 10 orthodoxies and knew how powerful these 10 gods were. However, the 10 orthodoxies had always minded their own business. Why would they help the Dragon Clan? For a moment, the 2 gods were at each other's throats, as if a great battle would break out at any moment. How lively! Suddenly, a huge battleship appeared in the distance. Upon closer inspection, the battleship looked like a boundless island. On the battleship, a large number of deities in white robes appeared. They were the experts of the Spirit Nation. On the battleship, there were 4 experts standing at the head of the battleship. They all had capes draped over their shoulders, and they exuded a majestic aura. One of them was Lord Ning, but the other 3 looked unfamiliar. However, the Dragon God and the others had dealt with the Spirit Nation before. They knew that the other 4 were the 4 great spiritual gods of the Spirit Nation. They were also the 4 strongest gods below the great gods. According to legend, the 4 of them were half a step into the intermediate god realm. It was almost certain that they would become intermediate gods. There were only 2 known intermediate gods in the void who had such strength. It really is a gathering of all sorts. The dragon god could not help but sigh. After the appearance of the Spirit Nation, the demon sealer of the underworld and the Ox Demon Clan did not dare to be too arrogant. They had a feeling that as time passed, more and more gods would arrive. Everyone is here. How have you all been since we parted at the Xianxia Ox Cave? Sure enough, more gods appeared in the distance. There were the Black Dragon, Old Man Fo Chun, and the other gods. They were also the powerhouses who appeared at the Xianxia Ox Cave. After their arrival, the immortal Spirit Nation also appeared. Next was the mysterious god ruler of the U continent. The leader was an old man standing on a green lotus. He had an immortal aura around him. He was the Green Lotus god ruler. The dragon race had heard of the U continent's divine overlord before, but they had never come into contact with him. They only knew that this group of gods from the era of gods were very low-key, as if they were waiting for something. Unless it was a major event, they would not come out. Most of the gods from the Xianxia Ox Cave are here now. But don't tell me that the so-called great gods from the ancient era are ants like you. The old man with an immortal aura sat down on the green lotus and looked down on everyone. Old ghost, what nonsense are you spouting? Slap yourself 3 times. A dignified voice came from the warship in the sky. The old man next to Lord Ning spoke coldly. This was the spiritual god. The old man glanced at the warship and said with disdain, "Who do you think you are? Don't think that you're qualified to talk to me just because we both came from the era of gods. Back when I was called Ancient God Green Lotus, you were probably still drinking milk. How dare you talk to Lord Wei like that? Are you looking to die?" Someone behind a spiritual god shouted angrily. It was an expert with the strength of a god. He said to the spiritual god, "Lord, please allow me to teach him a lesson." He insulted Ling Nation. Ling Nation can't swallow this humiliation. The domain enlightened spirit god immediately nodded. Lord Ning's eyes flickered, and he seemed to want to say something. However, he didn't speak in the end. Perhaps he was very curious about Azure Lotus Immortal Overlord's strength as well, and he wanted to see how strong Azure Lotus Immortal Overlord was. "You overestimate yourself." The old man on the green lotus shook his head in disdain and flicked his finger when he saw the god pouncing over. Chapter 4550. Silence. The spirit state was silent. Whether it was the people far away or the gods in the spirit state capital, all of their expressions changed drastically. To be able to kill a god with a single move, this green lotus immortal slayer's strength is simply too terrifying. Could it be the strength of an intermediate god? On the huge battleship, Lord Ning and the others focused their gazes and had a rough understanding of the green lotus deity sovereign strength. That was terrifying. Perhaps only the great gods of Spirit Nation could fight against him. Legend has it that this person was formed from the green lotus of Tao. Back then, he became the Grandmaster Grand Tutor's disciple during the Age of Gods. He is the only god who survived the Grandmaster Grand Tutor's disciple. Now it seems that his strength is truly terrifying. The dragon god thought. He knew that there would be a lot of twists and turns in the gathering of the gods in the spirit state today. I don't have time to waste my breath with you juniors. Now, let's just wait obediently for the ancient great god to arrive. I want to see if the ancient great god who spread the rumors is an old friend of mine. I also have a few important things to ask him. The green lotus deity, sovereign, closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged in the sky. The gods around him guarded him. His expression was full of holiness, as if he was looking down on the void. Time quietly passed. With the appearance of the green lotus deity sovereign, the 9 provinces became much quieter. However, not long after, a voice quietly sounded in the sky. "It seems that we're late." A large group of gods stepped on 7-colored clouds and arrived in a grandiose manner. They were the hosts of the 9 prefectures' 4 great gods. They were the Kirishin, Titanic Crescent God, and Eugene. How slow? Could it be that they're afraid of losing face, so they're so slow? Staring at the Kirishin and the others, a sinister voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. The 9 provinces is the world of the 4 great gods. As the masters, they're so slow. If it's not fear, then what is it? What 4 great pieces of trash? Another person mocked. The Kirishin and the others naturally heard those voices. They had smiles on their faces and didn't care. In truth, they also knew that the gods of the 9 provinces were gathered here. The 4 great gods of the 9 provinces were very ordinary here. There are many gods more powerful than them. Where's Lei Gong? Don't tell me he doesn't dare to appear. Suddenly, someone spoke. Strangely enough, the entire spirit province fell silent as soon as he spoke. In a faraway place, the cultivators from the 9 prefectures were also breathing rapidly. Lei Gong Linling, the number 1 person in the void of the 9 prefectures, was recognized as the overlord of this void. This was a powerhouse who had grown step by step from a trial taker. After going through numerous trials and challenges, he was finally acknowledged as the number 1 king among the 4 great gods. Although this news wasn't announced by the 4 gods, many people had more or less noticed it over the years. If Lei Gong were to appear, would you still dare to speak in such a tone? The Kirishin suddenly sneered. He realized that the speaker seemed to be from the Ox Demon clan. As soon as he spoke, the Ox Demon clan fell silent. Clearly, the person who had spoken harshly earlier was silent and didn't dare to speak. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how amazing is he? If I remember correctly, when Lin Ling saw the ancient gods in the Ear-Ox cave, he could only run away like a rat crossing the street. The Ox Demon clan was still silent, but the demon sealer of the underworld said sarcastically, ever since he lost to Lin Ling in the 8-god celestial palace, the demon sealer of the underworld had always wanted to redeem himself. Unfortunately, every time he became stronger, Lin Ling also became stronger, causing him to suppress his humiliation. Now that he saw the gods and his strength had increased greatly, he naturally wanted to hit Lin Ling while he was down. Yes, under the Sacred Mountain, during the Battle of the Stone Tablets, that brat only dared to do some sneaky things while the gods were fighting. Beside him, a pitch-black woman with 4 arms said sarcastically. She was from the South Tomb of the Underworld and had met Lin Ling once in the 8 gods celestial palace. Huh, sneaky things, what a nice way to put it. At this time, the voice of the Ox Demon clan sounded again. Looking carefully, it turned out to be the young master of the Ox Demon clan. No wonder he hated Lin Ling so much. Lin Ling had made him lose face time and again. Ha ha. After he laughed, the demons of the Ox Demon clan also laughed heartily. This also caused the gods to laugh more or less. Obviously, these people had a grudge against Lin Ling. Now that they saw Lin Ling's sudden rise, they felt very depressed. Therefore, at this moment, they took advantage of the gods' presence to vent their displeasure. I'm sneaky. This is the first time I, Lei Gong Lin Ling, have heard of such a thing. I'm very curious. Who thinks I'm sneaky? However, at this time, a hearty voice suddenly sounded. The voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap. It caused the entire Spirit Province, and even the entire Jiuzhou, to fall silent. Lin Ling is here. On the huge warship, Lord Ning quietly narrowed his eyes. In his eyes, under the distant sky, a large group of experts strolled over. These were the experts of the Great Hall of Lei Gong. The man in the lead was dressed in a blue robe and carried a large sword on his back. His calm eyes looked ahead, but there was a sense of majesty in them, as if a divine king had arrived. Lin Ling. The people who were laughing before all stopped laughing at this moment. No matter how much they looked down on Lin Ling, when Lin Ling personally appeared in front of them, they still felt a huge pressure. At the end of the day, it was Lin Ling's battle achievements. Lin Ling's glory, Lin Ling's brilliance was too dazzling. In any battle between the gods, Lin Ling's shadow was bound to be present. Just as people had thought, Lin Ling had already become a top cultivator in the 9-state step by step from a mere trial taker to an irresistible top cultivator. Moreover, in the hearts of the gods, Lin Ling's strength was also very strong. Back then, he was only a mid-stage low god, but he was already able to fight against a late-stage low god. If Lin Ling was allowed to reach late-stage low god, his strength would definitely be unimaginable. Lin Ling, Lei Gong Lin Ling. As expected, the strongest of the Jiuzhou's 4 great gods is Lei Gong Lin Ling. In a distant place, the warriors from the Jiuzhou's 9 prefectures were in high spirits. Now, in any of the Jiuzhou's 9 prefectures, there were legends and footsteps of Lin Ling. It was as if every household knew about him. Lin Ling, you're so powerful. At this moment, in the world capital, a group of young people was extremely excited. They felt that they were extremely lucky to be able to meet this legendary figure. Uncle Master Xing, didn't you say that Lin Ling was once your disciple? Now that you've seen Lin Ling, do you still dare to say that? One of the disciples looked at an old man and said. The old man smiled awkwardly. Although Lin Ling was his disciple, he was just an insignificant mortal, while his disciple was already the strongest god in the Jiuzhou. How would he dare to acknowledge him? I knew Uncle Master Xing was bragging. Seeing the old man's expression, the disciple immediately curled his lips and said, Chapter 45:51. Master, why are you here? At this moment, A surprised voice came from the sky. It was Lin Ling's voice. Mas, Master? The disciples beside Xianxia turned their heads and looked at the person who spoke. Then, they rubbed their eyes frantically, afraid that they had seen wrongly. This was because they saw that the person who spoke was Lei Gong Lin Ling, who had led Lei Gong Lin Ling to the main hall. Although this was their first time seeing Lin Ling, from the reactions of the gods around them, he was indeed the #1 god of the 9 prefectures' 4 great gods. And now, such a high and mighty god was calling Uncle Master Xing his master? When we first entered the sect, we heard that Uncle Master Xing had a very impressive disciple. But after so many years, we have never seen him. We thought it was a joke. What joke? This is real. It's real. Uncle Master Xing's disciple is really Lei Gong Lin Ling. We didn't believe Uncle Master Xing's words before. The disciples trembled in excitement and reverence. Of course, Xianxia was equally excited. He knew that Lin Ling was not an ungrateful person, but he did not expect that Lin Ling would take the initiative to acknowledge him in front of so many gods. Moreover, Lin Ling's tone was extremely polite. One had to know that the gods present were all powerful. Any one of them was thousands of times more powerful than him. How could a mere mortal like him have the right to stand out? Xianxia was touched, but he immediately smiled and said, "I was just passing by. Are you all right?" Lin Ling asked again. I'm fine. What could happen to us?" Xianxia waved his hand. However, a disciple beside him said, Uncle Master, we are Uncle Master Xing's disciples. We almost died just now." Oh, Lin Ling frowned. His careless action gave the disciple fright. He was afraid that he had said something wrong. "Chaijiu, who allowed you to speak nonsense?" Xianxia grumbled. He could tell that even though Lin Ling was the #1 immortal in the 9 prefectures, he was still not qualified to make the other immortals fear him. Now that disciple had said this, Lin Ling was caught between a rock and a hard place. He couldn't afford to offend those immortals, but neither could he afford to offend them. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. His cold eyes looked at the gods in the distance, and he instantly knew who had attacked. It was because the ground was covered with sleeping corpses, and there was nether energy within the corpses. This meant that the ones who attacked his master were from the nether realm. Although his master, Xianxia, was as weak as a mortal and did not give much guidance to Lin Ling back then, he had helped Lin Ling several times. Now that he had almost been killed, how could Lin Ling just stand by and watch? The demon sealer noticed Lin Ling's gaze and shrugged. "I'm sorry. I really didn't know he was your master. If I did, I definitely wouldn't have killed him." At this point, he paused and continued. "I would have killed him immediately." His unbridled expression was on full display. It could be said that he was not afraid of Lin Ling at all, and he even made Lin Ling lose face. This also caused many experts to look at the demon sealer. They remembered that when they were in the Ear Ox Cave, the demon sealer was not very strong. But now his strength had clearly more than doubled. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the Ox Demon tribe. "Earlier, I heard someone say that I was a thief. Is that right?" His gaze was like a torch in the eyes of the demons, and they didn't dare to look directly at Lin Ling. It was because Lin Ling had put too much pressure on the 72 caves back in the Ear Ox Cave. "That's right, I said that." However, the young master couldn't bear to be humiliated and shouted loudly. His father was beside him, so what was there to be afraid of? "All right, I'll show you now whether I'm a thief or an upright person. Giant ghost, God Emperor Zhang, chop him up." Lin Ling shouted majestically. His voice sounded like a bugle horn, and all the gods' eyes narrowed. Back in the Ear Ox Cave, Lin Ling had used the Battle of the Gods to steal the stone tablet. At that time, he didn't dare to face the gods. But now he thought of himself as the king of the gods and dared to make a move in front of the gods. "Roger." Giant Ghost and God Emperor Zhang sneered and pounced over. "You dare to touch the young master." Being bullied in front of everyone, the demons of the Ear Ox Cave couldn't take it lying down. They all erupted with terrifying auras. They were left behind from the era of the gods, So how could they be afraid of some juniors of the current era? Get lost. At this time, Sakura, young Master Yao, and the others all made a move. They led the people of the God Slayer Alliance to block the demons. Upon closer inspection, other than the God Slayer Alliance, there were also the Nine Lanterns Fish, Lu Chun, and the former 12 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. In the past, these experts had to be looked up to by Lin Ling. But now, Lin Ling had surpassed them, and they were willing to stand behind Lin Ling and listen to Lin Ling's orders. Rumble. The God Slayer Alliance was no longer the same as before. Under Lin Ling's continuous bombardment of treasures, everyone's strength had greatly increased. They actually managed to block the attacks of the demons for a while. Of course, when the 72 cave masters saw that the situation wasn't right, they also made a move. But this time, Lei Gong's Hall also made a move. Compared to the God Slayer Alliance, Lei Gong's Hall's overall strength was undoubtedly stronger. Under the lead of young Lin, the 72 cave masters were also retreating. They were in a sorry state. Lin Ling, how awe-inspiring. Seeing the domineering battle in the Lei Gong's Hall, the Kirishin, Titanic Crescent God, and the others felt their blood boiling. This was especially so for the 3 spirits, Qing Mo, and the others. They were the most excited because Lin Ling used to be one of the 8 new gods of the 9 prefectures. But unknowingly, Lin Ling was not only above them, but also above them. He was now one of the 4 great gods of the 9 prefectures. Old Lei passing the Lei Gong's Hall to him was the best decision of his life. The Kirishin side. The Lei Gong's Hall under Lin Ling's command was undoubtedly 10 times stronger than the one under Lei Gong's command in the past. Say it. Let's see if you still dare to say it. Today, I'll teach you how to be a human. Giant Ghost. Is he even human? If he's a bull, then I'll teach him how to be a bull. With the help of the Lei Gong's Hall, Giant Ghost and the others reached the young master. Thump! The young master's legs went soft, and he fell to the ground in fright. His tall and sturdy body was now trembling. Back in Azure Ox Cave, he didn't see the power of the Lei Gong's Hall. But now, he knew that the damned Lin Ling had so many powerful subordinates. Looks like he's the biggest winner in the Azure Ox Cave. He got countless treasures and groomed his subordinates. Of course, back in the 4th temple, he killed countless people and stole countless treasures. He killed many of our people. The gods in the distance had unsightly expressions. Through the Ox Devil clan, they also knew how powerful the Lei Gong's Hall was. Little Ox, why are you so flustered? Giant Ghost and the Celestial Crescent God walked toward the young master, who was so frightened that he kept crawling backward. He wanted to find help, but there was no one around to help him. Chapter 45:52. The Ox Demon Patriarch, in his giant form, stood there and watched. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. But who knew that his demons couldn't stop Lei Gong's attack at all? All right, my son only said a few words. You're a man, so why be so calculative? Let's forget about this matter. Now that his son had asked for help, he had to help. With that, he strode toward the Giant Ghost and the others, wanting to sweep them away. For Lei Gong's sake, I'll overlook your rudeness. Get lost. Obviously, he didn't dare to kill the Giant Ghost and the others easily. Of course, if it was before, with his tyrannical nature, he wouldn't have shown them any mercy. At the end of the day, it was because he was afraid of Lin Ling. Rumble. A huge palm slammed toward the Giant Ghost and the others, and the void immediately exploded, rumbling unceasingly. The Ox Demon Patriarch was a true god, stronger than the Steel Slayer God Emperor and the others, so they couldn't stop him. Old Ox, I'm teaching the younger generation a lesson. It's none of your business. But at this moment, a figure appeared in front of the Giant Ghost and the others and punched out. Boom! This punch collided with the Ox Demon Patriarchs, and there was no clear winner. Looking carefully, one could see a thin and weak figure in front of the Demon Ox Patriarch. His blue robe was fluttering in the wind. It was actually Lin Ling. You broke through. The Ox Demon Patriarch's body trembled, and his hair stood on end. Others didn't know about Lin Ling, but he knew very well. Back in the Xier Ox Cave, he once fought against Lin Ling and was sent flying. At that time, Lin Ling hadn't broken through yet. Now that he had broken through, it seemed that he didn't even need to fuse with his innate talent and could easily fight against him. Of course, the others were also shocked. After all, the Ox Demon Patriarch was a peak god, and his strength was slightly stronger than the Kirishin. They guessed that Lin Ling shouldn't be a match for the Ox Demon Patriarch. He was just a little bit weaker. Breakthrough. So that's how it is. Many gods guessed that after Lin Ling broke through, he would finally be able to contend against the Bull Demon Patriarch with his full strength. Below the huge battleship, a woman looked down indifferently with a cold expression. She was Luli Empress, but her eyes were very cold because she hadn't expected that Lin Ling's strength would increase again. Lei Gong, my son said something wrong. How about we both take a step back? At this moment, the Ox Demon Patriarch maintained his posture of punching out, but secretly unleashed his full strength. Unfortunately, he couldn't shake Lin Ling at all, so he said coldly, "Everyone, take a step back." Lin Ling was like the immovable wisdom king. He smiled faintly. "I'm telling your son whether or not I'm a thief. Now, I'll chop him up in front of his father and let him know that I don't need to steal to kill him. Don't be so arrogant." Hearing Lin Ling's condescending tone, the Ox Demon Patriarch was furious. It was rare for him to come out of the Xier Ox Cave, but in the end, he encountered such a freak. "I'm just so arrogant." Lin Ling maintained his punching posture, but the first part of his innate gifts had quietly fused. His divine energy increased sharply, especially the strength of his physical body. Now, he was even more terrifying. At this moment, he was more like a true ox demon. Ka ka ka. The Ox Demon Patriarch's huge arm trembled, emitting a thunderous rumble, as if it was about to split open. Ah, this bastard can still become stronger. The Ox Demon Patriarch was shocked and didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Like an ox being pulled by its reins, he became obedient and docile. "Lin Ling, for better or worse, we've worked together in the Xier Ox Cave. Give this old ox some face and let my son go." His words directly turned into begging for mercy. "Fine, I'll give you some face." Lin Ling nodded and retracted his fist. He said to the giant ghost and the others, "Give him 3 slaps to teach him a lesson. After all, he's our ox. Don't kill him." "Okay." The giant ghost and the others laughed. Of course, they were secretly shocked. They remembered that before Lin Ling went to the Kaiyuan River, his strength wasn't so strong. This bastard really became stronger after the trip to the Kaiyuan River. "My ox. I don't want to be an ox." The young patriarch was about to cry. He still wanted to defeat Lin Ling and win Longyang's favor, but now he had become an ox in Lei Gong's hall. "Shut up." The Ox Demon Patriarch shook his numb arm and scolded angrily. Then he looked at Lin Ling with a trace of fear in his eyes. This bro was really a freak. Pa pa pa. Under everyone's gaze, 3 loud slaps sounded. After the giant ghost slapped the young patriarch, he asked proudly, "Now, who's the thief?" It's me. The young patriarch had no choice but to admit defeat. Just like his father, he was like an ox tied up by the reins. When the gods saw this scene with their own eyes, their faces became even more solemn. Regardless of whether they admitted it or not, they had already admitted it in their hearts. Now, Lin Ling had not only completely stepped into the ranks of the strongest gods, but his strength was also ranked at the top. And such news undoubtedly made them feel a great deal of pressure and even a great deal of fear, especially on the side of the Spirit Nation. The 4 spiritual gods, including Lord Ning, all stared at Lin Ling as if they couldn't believe that the young man in front of them was the junior who had caused havoc in the Spirit Nation. Is he still Lin Ling? Could it be that this is a fake Lin Ling? Someone muttered to himself, "Luli Empress, do you still have the confidence to kill Lin Ling?" Lord Ning secretly transmitted his voice to Luli Empress. The latter was silent, and her face was as calm as an ancient well. However, her hands, which were hidden in her sleeves, were tightly clenched into fists. Lin Ling's previous bull training had actually given her a lot of pressure. It could be said that she had already witnessed Lin Ling's rise in the world of gods, blooming with bright lights like fireworks. All right, the matter of the Ox Demon clan is settled. Next, it's my master's matter. Underworld Demon Sealer, I want you dead. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes turned and looked at the Underworld Demon Sealer. This Lin Ling seems to be settling scores with Xianxia frowned. He had a feeling that after the Underworld Demon Sealer was dealt with, it would be his turn next. As for the other gods, they felt that Lin Ling was declaring his sovereignty as the host and also telling everyone that the Void of the Nine Prefectures was his territory. No one was allowed to behave atrociously here. Lei Gong, seeing Lin Ling's gaze, the Underworld Demon Sealer gritted his teeth. If he didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes before, then Lin Ling's brief confrontation with the Ox Demon clan made him realize that Lin Ling seemed to be stronger than him. He didn't dare to say anything. Perhaps Lin Ling's action of killing the chicken to warn the monkey made him, a monkey from circus, not dare to jump up and down. Chapter 45:53. Haha, your master isn't dead yet. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Lord Ning suddenly smiled. Today, we're waiting for an ancient god, so we don't want to make a big fuss. However, if someone doesn't care about the gods and wants to disrupt the order, Ling Nation won't just stand by and watch. Lord Ning, are you going to support the Underworld Demon Sealer? Lin Ling also looked at Lord Ning. It's not that. I just don't want His Majesty Lei Gong to be the sole ruler. Lord Ning smiled. His words made it clear that they were indeed going to support the Underworld Demon Sealer. Haha, it's not fun to disturb the calm water. That's why I hope the water is still clear. Suddenly, another voice sounded. It was Xianxia. He also wanted to help the Underworld Demon Sealer. Those who had a grudge against His Majesty Lei Gong didn't want His Majesty Lei Gong to rise up and become the sole ruler. The eyes of the other gods flashed as they spoke one after another. Among them was the Yu Continent Divine Ruler. Thus, the people of the Underworld, Ling Nation, Xianlingwu Nation, and the Yu Continent Divine Ruler, especially the Green Lotus Divine Ruler, were the most unfathomable. No one could see through his strength. Haha, His Majesty Lei Gong, let's see what you'll say now. The Underworld Demon Sealer didn't expect so many people to help him. Of course, he knew that the gods weren't helping him because they valued him, but because they wanted to use him to suppress His Majesty Lei Gong. And he was the fuse that ignited the fire. However, he didn't care. Instead, he felt very good about bullying Lin Ling until he didn't dare to speak. Just a rising star. How dare he be so arrogant in front of so many seniors? That's against the will of the heavens. It's time to suppress him. At this moment, endless lightning exploded in the distance. After that, a burly figure with the head of a tiger and the body of a human slowly walked over with a snake in his hand. His footsteps were like thunder, and every step he took caused the void to explode. The sound of his footsteps made one's heart beat continuously. Another god has come. The spirit province has become a god's world. Staring at the domineering figure, the hearts of the crowd trembled. Today's scene was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. It was to the extent that this gathering of deities would definitely be recorded in the annals of history for the future generations to view. Lei Gong Lin Ling's name will go down in history. I just don't know how he'll be able to resist the pressure of the gods. An old man excitedly said. He hoped that Lei Gong Lin Ling could raise the prestige of the Nine Continents Void. After all, Lei Gong Lin Ling represented their era, while the Spirit Nation represented the era of the gods. This was a clash between two eras. Rumble. With the arrival of the ancient figure, all the lightning receded like the tide. Finally, the burly tiger-headed man turned into an old man. This old man had a lion's mane, and his eyebrows were vertical. He was very majestic. 12 ancestors of witches. Ancestor of thunder Wuxia. At this moment, the hearts of all the deities exploded. They had seen this ancient figure in the Ji Aerox cave. He was at the same level as the Spirit Nation's great god. However, He seemed to be heavily injured and was not as strong as before. However, his knowledge, experience, and origin were not something that the current deities could compare to. This was because he was also a great ancient deity. Lei Gong Lin Ling, right? Back in the ancient era of the Thunder Tyrant, you were still drinking milk in the cycle of reincarnation. The old man went straight to the point and looked directly at Lin Ling. All those years ago at the foot of the Divine Mountain, Lin Ling had stolen the stone steel, and he'd been displeased with Lin Ling for a long time. Now, this junior had actually taken himself to be the lord of the era and didn't take the gods seriously at all, and this made him even more displeased. Lei Gong Lin Ling, with your Lei Gong Hall, can you fight against the gods? After the arrival of ancestor of Thunder Wu Qianliang, the underworld sealer became even more confident and fearlessly looked at Lin Ling. With just the Lei Gong Hall, it is still a bit lacking. However, with the addition of us, at least we won't be sitting ducks. However, after the underworld sealer spoke, the Kirishin, Eugene, and Titanic Crescent God all spoke up. After the establishment of the 9 provinces' 4 great gods, they once again joined forces to fight against an external enemy. The last time they were so united was when the previous Lei Gong was still around. Kirishin, your mission is to fight against the Spirit Nation. Now, you're not only fighting against the Spirit Nation, but also us. I can tell you that the Spirit Nation is still my enemy, but I, the divine ruler of Yuzhou, am prejudiced against this young Lei Gong. Do you want to oppose the divine ruler of Yuzhou? Suddenly, the Green Lotus Overlord opened his eyes and lightly asked. He had heard about the 4 gods. Lei Gong was forced to death by the other gods, causing this young Lei Gong to hate the Kirishin. According to common sense, such a great threat should be eliminated as soon as possible, so the Kirishin wanted nothing more than for Lin Ling to die. Moreover, Lin Ling was a rising god. The Kirishin wanted to take advantage of their seniority, so how could they listen to Lin Ling? Haha, we 4 gods have been through many storms since the era of the gods. Do you think you can sow discord with just a few words? Back then, Brother Lei Gong gave his hall to Lin Ling, so in our hearts, Lin Ling is Lei Gong. The Kirishin laughed. That's right, we 4 gods have already discussed it. In the future, His Highness Lei Gong will be our leader. Titanic Crescent God added. No matter what Lin Ling wants to do, everything he does is what we, the 4 great gods, have to do. Eugene was the last to speak. She owed Lin Ling her life under the Divine Mountain, and she also owed Lin Ling a favor for the Luli Empress matter. Therefore, she would definitely stand on Lin Ling's side. What? This news shocked all the gods. The 3 gods saw His Highness Lei Gong as their leader, so why were they willing to put down their pride and do all this? The gods' eyes flickered. They were even more certain that Lin Ling was now the #1 god in the 9 provinces. Our dragon race is also willing to see His Highness Lei Gong as our leader. At this time, the dragon god also spoke. This was another colossus that usually stood aloof from worldly affairs. It was rare for them to come to the 9 provinces void, and they were led by Lin Ling again. Our 10 orthodoxies are also willing to see His Highness Lei Gong as our leader. Another voice sounded, and it was as if another wave had not yet subsided. We owed Lin Ling a favor that day on the Divine Mountain. Today, we will also support Lin Ling. Next, the old man with the fly whisk and the black dragon also spoke. In this way, the gods in the void were divided into 2 camps. One side was the underworld demon sealer, and the other side was Lei Gong Lin Ling. For a moment, the void was silent. The gods' expressions changed drastically, and they all had their own thoughts. In the distance, the martial artists from the 9 provinces and the 10,000 worlds were in high spirits. 9 provinces' #1 god, Lin Ling, deserved the title. Chapter 45-54. But now, not only were the 4 gods and the dragon tribe supporting Lin Ling, even the 10 orthodoxies were on his side. This was unbelievable. All right, all of you can support him. I want to see which one of you can save him. The Green Lotus Immortal Overlord floated up. The green lotus beneath his feet spun slowly and emitted an ancient power. Destiny. This was the power of destiny. This was also the god's stairs, which had the power to dictate the fate of others. Lin Ling, this is your fate. I'll spare your life out of respect for Lei Gong, but it's not too late for you to give up your position as Lei Gong and follow my path. The Green Lotus Immortal Overlord murmured. His aged voice reverberated throughout the void as if it was the voice of a god. An invisible wave spread towards Lin Ling as if it wanted to decide Lin Ling's fate. What a powerful god stares. It's probably at the very low level. The eyes of the gods flickered when they sensed the invisible wave of destiny. The Green Lotus Immortal Overlord's strength had always been a mystery. However, the gods guessed that he should be at the intermediate god level. Even if he wasn't, he was still half a step into the intermediate god level. He was stronger than all the late-stage lower gods. Although the difference between lower gods and intermediate gods was only one word, no matter how strong a lower god was, they only had a 10% chance of not losing to an intermediate god. Moreover, that was only not losing. As for winning, it was impossible. This was because a mid-god possessed a mysterious energy. It seemed to be the energy of a god, but it was even more powerful than the energy of a god. For the time being, it was called the energy of a mid-god. This energy was something that a low god would never be able to resist unless they possessed the steps of the gods. Now, the Green Lotus Immortal Overlord had made his move. Although there were many gods on Lin Ling's side, no one could stop him. Clearwater Sky. However, at this moment, a cold voice resounded. Then, everyone saw countless water droplets floating in the void without moving. It was very strange, but what was terrifying was that these water droplets actually ignored the Green Lotus Immortal Overlord's stairs of destiny and firmly guarded that side of the world. What's going on? The Green Lotus Immortal Overlord's expression changed slightly. He sensed a power that didn't belong to a lower god. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, as soon as he finished speaking, the water droplets shot over. They looked translucent, but each droplet contained the power of millions of gods. They smashed against the steps of destiny with an earth-shattering force. Lotus Bloom, Green Lotus Immortal Dominator, immediately shouted and flicked his finger. The green lotus under him floated out and bloomed in front of him. Boom! However, when the endless water droplets arrived, an explosion that tore apart the void sounded. The green lotus seemed to be floating in a storm, on the verge of collapse. Who are you? At this moment, Green Lotus Immortal Overlord no longer had any doubts. His opponent must be a mid-level god and also possessed a divine stare. This divine stare also had the power of fate. However, while Green Lotus Immortal Overlord plundered fate, his opponent created it. Whoosh! The endless water droplets were blocked by the lotus, but one of them still flew past the lotus and slashed his face. After that, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Only a shattered continent spiraled in the distance. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was collapsing. This continent was the Spirit Province. Even though it was just a short clash between the two gods, the Spirit Province collapsed. Who are you? Green Lotus Immortal Overlord roared again. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's side was silent. The gods looked even more shocked than Green Lotus Immortal Overlord. Lei Gong Lin Ling, who is he? Green Lotus Immortal Overlord couldn't get anything out of him, so he could only stare at Lin Ling and ask. Lin Ling's expression was still cold. Even when Green Lotus Immortal Overlord attacked him, he wasn't moved at all. After hearing Green Lotus Immortal Overlord's words, he said indifferently, "My servant." What? Green Lotus Immortal Overlord opened his mouth wide in disbelief. He thought that Lin Ling was tricking him. The gods were also dumbfounded. Whose servant would be so powerful? Please find a good excuse to fool us. Anger began to surge in their hearts, but they didn't dare to act because there was a mid-level god hiding on Lin Ling's side. If they acted rashly, they might be killed by him. Underworld Demon Sealer, get over here and accept your death. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Lin Ling looked at the Underworld Demon Sealer. The latter's expression was uncertain. He never expected things to turn out like this. I want to see who still dares to speak for you. Lin Ling spoke again, his voice becoming more domineering as he looked at the spirit nation's 4 spiritual gods. On the warship, the 4 spiritual gods were silent. Even Green Lotus Immortal Overlord couldn't defeat him, so he was definitely a mid-level god. How could they dare to speak casually? Damn it! Apart from Lord Ning, the other spiritual gods cursed inwardly. Today, the 4 spiritual gods had come to raise the prestige of the spirit nation. However, it seemed that they were only supporting characters. His Majesty Lei Gong was today's main character, especially when a junior from back then was yelling at them while they couldn't talk back. One could imagine how they felt. You still dare to speak. Seeing that the spirit nation didn't dare to speak, Lin Ling looked at Xianling Wuba. Xianling Wuba's expression changed slightly, and he actually hid in the crowd. You again. Lin Ling stared at ancestor of lightning Wu Qiangliang. However, the latter didn't swallow his anger like the others. Instead, he glared back at Lin Ling. However, he seemed to have some misgivings, so he only stared at Lin Ling but didn't dare to speak. If you don't dare to speak, then shut up. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and shouted, reprimanding the other spiritual gods. None of them dared to speak. The entire Jiuzhou was silent. This guy, Kirishin, and the others were shocked. Back on the sacred mountain, Lin Ling could only use underhanded means to steal the stone tablet. He didn't even think about fighting the spiritual gods head-on. But now, he was scolding the spiritual gods. I dare to speak, so what? However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Then, a bright light flashed, and a figure appeared on the warship. This person was wearing a white robe, and even his skin was as white as snow. It was very strange. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his whole body was pure white. However, it gave people a different kind of beauty. His facial features were handsome, and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, with a devilish smile. A spiritual god of the spirit nation. Countless spiritual gods stared at the spiritual god who suddenly appeared, and their hearts trembled violently. Interesting. Chapter 45-55. Everyone said that an ancient god from the primal chaos realm was coming. But now that he's here, you guys are fighting amongst yourselves. If he comes, you guys will become a laughing stock. After the old man appeared, another expert arrived. This person was holding a jug of wine and looked sloppy. It was the Taoist of many treasures. As such, the most ancient characters of the 9 prefectures had gathered. The strength of these 3 gods was unfathomable. They were probably at the level of intermediate gods. Even if they weren't, they were still outliers among the lower gods. If one had to make an example, they would be the gods of gods. Lei Gong Lin Ling, do you want to attack the underworld's devil sealer? What if I don't agree? The spirit nation's great god smiled at Lin Ling and ignored the other 2 gods. The Taoist of many treasures and the old man didn't seem to be interested in this matter. Their target was the ancient god from the primal chaos realm, so they also smiled and looked at each other. I didn't expect White Water Pure Maiden to wake up. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you really surprised me. It seems like there's nothing you can't do. The spirit nation's great god spoke again with his eyes locked on one person. It was White Water Pure Maiden. White Water Pure Maiden was wearing a veil, but her cold eyes were also staring at the spirit nation's great god. There was a trace of hatred in the depths of her eyes. However, she knew the spirit nation's great god's strength, so she didn't say anything. Is this his true appearance? Lin Ling didn't answer the spirit nation's great god. Instead, he stared at the latter's face. This was the first time Lin Ling saw his true appearance. In the past, the spirit nation's great god only had a smile on his face, which was very strange. But now, all his facial features were present. However, this also meant that the spirit nation's great god was stronger than before. The spirit nation's great god is also here. It's over, it's over. Countless people also stared at the legendary great god of slaughter. Their bodies and minds trembled as if they were witnessing the end of the world. Below the ground, Xianxia and the others were also pale. They had not expected that because of them, the ancient great deities would be mobilized, resulting in the peak war between the Nine States Void and the Spirit Nation. Unfortunately, they did not know that the underworld demon sealer was just a fuse. Even without him, Lin Ling and the Spirit Nation would still have a conflict. The two sides were only using the underworld magic sealer to play a game of chess. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you've ruined my plans time and time again. Now, it's time for you to give me an explanation. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the great god spoke again. On the battleship he was on, all the Spirit Nation cultivators looked majestic, as if they had defeated the 4 gods of the 9 states, and were looking down on the entire 9 states. A gust of wind blew past quietly, forming a terrifying pressure that suppressed the entire void, making it difficult for people to breathe. Apart from the 4 great deities, even the immortal spirit hegemony and the green lotus deity overlord could feel the pressure. This was because they knew that although they had helped the underworld demon sealer, it did not mean that they were on the same side as the Spirit Nation. Therefore, the great god of the Spirit Nation might not let them go. Most importantly, they noticed that the great god of the Spirit Nation was even more demonic now. His strength was stronger than when he was on the sacred mountain. I'll give you a chance. Kill everyone in Lei Gong's Grand Hall as proof of your allegiance. Then, I'll spare your life on account of your cultivation. The great god of the Spirit Nation suddenly said with a smile. Although his words sounded cordial, they carried a ruthless and murderous aura. Kill everyone in Lei Gong's Grand Hall. Lin Ling's gaze trembled violently. He knew that with just the experts on his side, they would not be able to fight against the great god of the Spirit Nation. Even if all of them were mobilized, they would not be able to resist at all. But to let him kill everyone in Lei Gong's Grand Hall, that was obviously impossible. I don't want to say anything from the bottom of my heart. I just want to tell you that I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Lin Ling suddenly pulled out the sword on his back to express his attitude. As for what would happen today, he had already thought about it. Even the worst-case scenario had already been predicted by him. Therefore, he was not very surprised to encounter such a difficult problem today. I knew you would say that. All right, I'll start with you. The great god of the Spirit Nation licked his lips and said with a smile. However, his eyes were also staring in a certain direction as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. And that person was the older generation's Lei Gong. He believed that if he attacked Lei Gong's Grand Hall, Lei Gong would appear. And if Lei Gong appeared, it would mean that Lei Gong had joined the Spirit Nation and everything was just a pretense. Therefore, he could use Lin Ling and the rest to test the waters. Dong. However, just as the great god of the Spirit Nation was about to attack, an ancient bell suddenly rang. Moreover, a domineering force enveloped the great god of the Spirit Nation and constantly destroyed him. What a powerful force! This is the power of the ancient era. The sudden change made the great god of the Spirit Nation frown. Then he laughed. If I'm not wrong, Lei Gong Lin Ling is behind the scenes. Xianxia has returned. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire 9 states exploded. The faces of the gods changed drastically. Back then, at the peak of the sacred mountain, the Dongwang Tai bell was snatched by Xianxia. This was something that was obvious to all. However, Xianxia had disappeared later on. Therefore, no one was afraid of Lei Gong's Grand Hall anymore. In their opinion, Xianxia might have abandoned Lei Gong's Grand Hall. But now, Xianxia had returned. That's right, I'm back. The void was torn apart. A figure holding a huge god bell strode towards Lei Gong's Grand Hall. His clothes were ordinary, and he didn't even seem strong. But there was an ancient majesty that bloomed from him. As for that massive divine bell, endless divine runes were spitting out from it, releasing a majesty that didn't belong to this era. Ka. Looking at the great god of the Spirit Nation, his body was constantly cracking and recovering. He was surrounded by the sound of the bell, which continued to wreak havoc on him. The Dongwang Tai bell is indeed powerful. The great god of the Spirit Nation was still smiling, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes as he looked deeply at Xianxia, who was walking down. Xianxia's appearance silenced the heavens and the gods. They knew that there was a light at the end of the tunnel. The true strongest god was actually Xianxia. Xianxia greets Lord Lei Gong. Arriving in front of Lin Ling, Xianxia immediately bowed to Lin Ling. I'm envious, seeing that Xianxia was so strong, but he still treated Lin Ling as his lord. The gods were envious. As for the people in Lei Gong's grand hall, they were very excited. Young Lin and the rest kept shooting glances at Xianxia. If not for the fact that there were too many people, they would have punched Xianxia's chest. This guy was finally back. Chapter 45:56. My lord, please forgive me for the delay. My lord. After bowing, Saint Guy straightened his back and smiled at Lin Ling. Although he was respectful to Lin Ling, there was a different aura about him. This was the result of broadening his horizons. Lin Ling also noticed this. He was happy for Saint Guy because he knew that the Eastern Emperor Tai Bell had something he wanted Lin Ling to do. Therefore, Saint Guy had become stronger so that he could fulfill his ancestors' wish. What is Saint Guy thinking? Why is the descendant of an ancient god so respectful to Lin Ling? Seeing Saint Guy and Lin Ling talking, the gods felt even more jealous. Saint Guy was someone that even the gods of Spirit Nation didn't dare to face. Such a powerful god actually bowed down to Lei Gong? What a joke. Moreover, what did Lin Ling do to deserve this? Sigh, if I had known that Saint Guy was so powerful, I would have treated him better. This jealousy included the Kirishin and the others. Saint Guy was only a trial taker back then. If they had treated him better back then, the situation would have been different. Without a doubt, with Saint Guy's return, the situation in the 9 states would be settled. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Today's humiliation will be avenged in the future. At this moment, the demon sealer of the underworld coldly shouted. He formed an ancient seal with both hands, and a bronze gate appeared behind him and slowly opened. You want to leave? Saint Guy turned around and pointed with a finger. Dong! The huge bronze bell in his other hand immediately let out a rumbling sound, forming an unstoppable force that shot towards the underworld demon sealer. Crash! However, before that force could reach them, the bodies of the underworld cavalry in the sky exploded, transforming into numerous fragments of armor that shot towards the copper bell without any fear of death. Pa! Pa! Of course, the underworld knights couldn't withstand the domineering power of the Eastern Emperor Tai Bell and were completely destroyed. However, this bought enough time for the demon sealer of the underworld. Ah! Thunderlord Lin Ling, I'm here on behalf of the underworld. You're not qualified to kill me. The demon sealer of the underworld stood in the bronze gate and laughed contemptuously. Is that so? Saint Guy's expression turned cold. He muttered an incantation and an ancient god emperor appeared behind him. This god's face was somewhat blurry, but it had a domineering aura. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the demon sealer inside the bronze gate trembled. An ancient bronze bell suddenly appeared above his head and fiercely pressed down on him. The appearance of this ancient bell came without any warning. It was as if no one in this world would be able to escape from the bell if it wanted to kill them. Underworld God, save me. The demon sealer of the underworld subconsciously roared. He had never imagined that Saint Guy's demonic hand would still be able to reach this far after entering the bronze gate. Boom! After the ancient bell sealed the underworld demon sealer, handprints appeared on the surface of the bell. It was as if someone was outside the ancient bell and was constantly slapping at it. Every slap caused the ancient bell to vibrate a bit more. How dare you be so arrogant in my territory? Suddenly, a huge hand appeared from within the bronze gate and grabbed at the ancient bell, as if trying to break it. Dong! When the palm landed on the ancient bell, an unprecedented bell sound exploded. However, when the palm landed on the ancient bell, it couldn't make the ancient bell move even a little bit. Eastern Emperor Tai Bell. A low and hoarse voice came from within the bronze gate. Underworld God. In the distance, Saint Guy looked up and narrowed his eyes. He had guessed the origin of this person. Eastern Emperor Tai's people. How dare you not give me face? I'll remember this. And Lei Gong Linling. How dare you kill my people? I hope you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, even if Lei Gong is here, I won't give him face. The ancient voice floated out again, filled with anger. As the #1 god of the underworld, his strength was naturally stronger than the 4 great gods of the 9 prefectures. However, the 4 great gods of the 9 prefectures represented the entire 9 prefectures and the myriad of worlds. Therefore, the god of the underworld would usually give them some face. But now, that face no longer existed. We'll meet again. Without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, the bronze gate slowly closed. Seeing this, Xianxia frowned. The ancient bell floated back to him. Upon closer inspection, there was nothing beneath the ancient bell. Under the suppression of the Dongwang Tai bell, the powerful demon sealer of the underworld had turned into a pool of blood. What a domineering Eastern Emperor Tai bell! The hearts of many gods instinctively trembled as they gazed at the ancient bell, and they didn't dare to utter a single word now. Killing the demon sealer of the underworld in one move and forcing underworld god to leave with hatred. This wasn't someone the gods could resist. Great god of Ling Kingdom, do you think you can dominate this void after increasing your strength? At this time, Saint Guy looked at the great god of Ling Kingdom and asked. Around the body of the Spirit Kingdom's great god, the ancient bell was still ringing, shattering the body of the Spirit Kingdom's great god. Hearing Saint Guy's words, the great god of Ling Kingdom was still smiling, but the depths of his eyes were quietly flickering. This was because Saint Guy's words had spoken his innermost thoughts. Originally, according to the strength of the 9-province void, after his breakthrough, he would be able to dominate everything. However, there were too many variables. There was another white water-pure woman who had suddenly awakened. There was another Saint Guy who had returned. This made him feel as if he had surfaced too quickly. He never would have thought that his host body of the world would one day be so afraid of Lei Gong. For a moment, he fell silent and only smiled. However, anyone could see that his smile was somewhat forced. Lin Ling, well done. Under a distant mountain, an old man wearing a cloak nodded. He clenched his fists and appeared very excited. He was Lei Gong. He had long received news that the great god of Ling Kingdom was coming and was going to attack the 4 gods. Previously, he had been worried about Lei Gong's great god of Ling Kingdom. However, he didn't expect that under the leadership of Lin Ling, great god of Lei Gong would become so powerful. As for Saint Guy, he had transformed into an ancient great god. With the Dongwang bell in hand, even the great god of Ling Kingdom had to dodge. I never thought that Saint Guy would have such a background. Everything is so surreal. Lei Gong muttered to himself. He was completely relieved about today's situation. The same thing was happening on the other side. A woman was hidden in the crowd, her eyes looking at the gods under the sky. When she finally saw that Lei Gong's great god of Ling Kingdom was fine, she smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Lin Ling can't die in the hands of Ling Kingdom. He belongs to me. Chapter 45-57. The entire 9 provinces fell silent because of the rise of the Lei Gong Grand Hall. The cultivators from the 9 provinces all laughed because the Spirit Kingdom was the will of the world. Their mission was to destroy the world. But now, the Lei Gong Grand Hall was no longer afraid of the Spirit Kingdom. This meant that the Spirit Kingdom would no longer be able to destroy the world. No one expected that the 4 great gods' Grand Hall of Lei Gong Grand Hall would grow to such a level under Lin Ling's leadership. There were countless experts under its command. In fact, even Lin Ling was feeling emotional. He didn't expect that one day, the great god of the Spirit Kingdom would be suppressed to the point where he didn't even dare to talk back. It could be seen that after Xianxia's return, his strength had increased again. Back at the Divine Mountain, although Xianxia obtained the Eastern Emperor Bell, he couldn't suppress the great god of the Spirit Kingdom because he wasn't familiar with it. Of course, although the current Xianxia was suppressing the great god, Lin Ling still had a feeling that Xianxia wasn't strong enough to kill the great god of the spirit kingdom. This could be seen from the great god's appearance. If the great god knew that he was in danger, he would have left long ago instead of smiling in fear. However, just as the winds and clouds of the 9 prefectures gradually calmed down, an ancient gust of wind suddenly drifted over from afar. The gust of wind was like a huge vortex, and above the gust of wind, several figures stood there indifferently, looking indifferently at the entire 9 prefectures. This gust of wind seemed to have come out of nowhere. It also seemed to have torn through the void and came from another world. When this wild wind surged into the sky, it was as if time and space had been frozen. How lively! All the deities of the void of the 9 prefectures have come. After an indifferent voice, a power similar to the cycle of fate quietly enveloped the entire void of the 9 prefectures. In that instant, everyone discovered that their fates seemed to be controlled by someone. It was as if a large hand had ripped open their souls and was probing the depths of their souls. Their fates were able to see through their origins, past, present, and future. Even the gods were no exception. What a mysterious power. Is it the steps of God? The gods also sensed this power, and they immediately used various means to resist it. However, their divine power and innate talents were all ineffective against it. That power actually gave them a feeling of helplessness. Get out of my way! All of a sudden, a furious roar rang out. The great god of the spirit nation emitted a holy light, and the mysterious power that tried to enter his body was turned into ashes. Great Tao worlds in shackle technique, scram. The Green Lotus Immortal Dominator seemed to know what kind of spell this was. His eyebrows moved, and the Green Lotus under him shone with green light, burning the invisible force. The deities all began to resist. Some of them struggled free from the bindings, but some of them didn't. Their faces were all filled with anxiety. Even though they didn't know what that energy was as gods, they naturally didn't want to be controlled by someone else. Scram! On the other side of Lei Gong's hall, Lin Ling was the first to let out an angry roar. The stairs of wisdom poured out like a mirror, scattering all the mysterious forces that were trying to approach. On the other hand, treasure god Nanwu Fengyu was surrounded by snow and wind in a 5-meter radius, which also blocked the mysterious force. As for pure Lady Bai, the mysterious force naturally couldn't invade her body. Everyone, come closer to me! Lin Ling shouted to the crowd. Yu Yu and the others heard him and immediately came closer. Wrapped in Lin Ling's stares of wisdom, the mysterious force couldn't invade them at all. Who are you? Why are you suddenly attacking us? At this time, someone looked at the people above the gale. This person was Xian Wuba. Because he was still heavily injured, he couldn't break free from the bindings, and a mysterious force entered his body. Burning Heart's people. On the gale, a man smiled faintly. He wore a Taoist robe, and his long hair was tied behind his head. He looked ancient and very mysterious. However, his strength was unfathomable. My name is Xianxia, and I'm here on orders, the man said again, and then flicked a finger at Xian Wuba. You should be a god from the age of gods, right? Unfortunately, you're still a minor god. Boom. As soon as his voice fell, Xian Wuba's body twitched, and his face twisted. He screamed in pain, as if he was being tortured inhumanly. I'll give you a chance. Join us, Burning Heart, and you'll have a chance to live. The mysterious man, called Xianxia, said with a smile. Bullshit, Xian Wuba shouted angrily, but he was already thinking of retreating in his heart, because the other party was too strong, and his life was in their hands. However, his arrogant words were exchanged for death, and he didn't even have the chance to hesitate. The mysterious people obviously didn't have the patience to talk nonsense with Xian Wuba. After laughing, they waved their hands gently. Ah! Xian Wuba screamed, and his hands hugged his head tightly. Then, he gradually quieted down. He floated in the void, motionless, as if he was completely dead. Even after his death, his expression was incomparably peaceful, as if he was sleeping. However, this kind of death without knowing why was the scariest. Even the gods didn't know how he died. At this time, everyone's face turned serious. Even the great gods of Spirit Nation squinted their eyes, surprised by the origin of this group of people. Burning Heart. Could it be that they were ancient great gods from the chaotic realm? Only Taoist Duobao had an unfathomable smile on his face. For a moment, he didn't say anything and just watched quietly. There are only two missions for this trip. First, to take away all the world wills of the 9 states void. Second, to find a person called Lei Gong Linling. Beside Zhai Xing, an old man said indifferently. Compared to Zhai Xing, he was more dignified and ruthless, as if the 9 states void were ants to him. Burning Heart. At this time, a faint laugh slowly drifted over. It was Linling's voice. Why is only Burning Heart here? What about White Mountain and Deng Xian? Don't tell me that your Burning Heart represents the entire White Mountain and Deng Xian. Linling smiled calmly. Last time at the Sacred Mountain, he knew that White Mountain, Burning Heart, and Deng Xian were extremely ancient forces in the chaotic realm. Now, only Burning Heart had appeared. Moreover, although he didn't know who was the next host body of the world's will, he seemed to be related to White Mountain and the 3 great divine gates. Could it be that behind the 3 great divine gates, there was actually a host body of the world's will? And it was an ancient primordial chaos god? Who are you? Hearing Linling's words, the old man frowned, and a huge pressure swept over, suppressing Linling. This was the strength of a mid-level deity. Whoosh! However, before the pressure could reach them, the sound of the celestial river could be heard. The rolling river suddenly appeared around the people in the Thunder God Great Hall, blocking